2nd, 2021. I welcome everyone to the meeting. We have a extensive agenda this evening, a lot of issues that have to be dealt with, and of course, a lot of planning going on with respect to getting ready for finalizing the budget and moving toward town meeting in May. So I will welcome my colleagues this evening, Mr. Pete Germain, who is the Vice Chair of the Board, and Aaron Underhill, our clerk. We have Mr. Mike Kaczynski, our town administrator, and we have Maureen Canisi pinch hitting tonight for taking care of the meeting for Karen Beret, who is off this evening. So we have a number of folks that will be joining us. The first order of business tonight will be announcements. I would like to make a reference this evening to ask folks to keep in mind that we're asking them most likely to hold on to Saturday, April 24th from 9 to noon, which is what we are planning hopefully for Millis Beautification Saturday. You'll hear more about this over the next few weeks. The select board has been working with various departments and whatnot to make sure that we can hold this meeting safely. Good news is we had some liberalization of rules relative to outdoor meetings just going into effect today. So the trend is certainly a positive one. The board will actually consider finalizing its vote to support the event next week, next Monday on the 29th, early on in the meeting. So I encourage folks to, again, keep in mind that Millis Lions and Millis Garden Club working hard to organize Millis Beautification Day, Saturday, April 24th from 9 to noon. More details will follow. With that, are there any other announcements from my colleagues? I don't hear any. So then we'll move to the first order of business for this evening, which is going to be an update from Mr. John McVeigh, who's been giving us regular updates on the COVID situation. In this case, not only with respect to the current cases, but also the trends and whatnot in vaccination. So if I see Mr. McVeigh on.
Hello.
There he is.
All right, okay, thank you, McCaffrey. Thank you, Chair McCaffrey. Just to start off, just a brief synopsis of the vaccine push that's been going on for the last few months in Massachusetts. Currently, as of the 22nd of March, we have almost 3 million people vaccinated, and that includes all the first and second doses, Pfizer and Moderna vaccine, as well as some J&J vaccine, which is coming to the state as of late. Hopefully by, I think, maybe July, we'll have full compliance with vaccinations in the state of Massachusetts, but that's not written in stone at this present time. I think once the J&J vaccine becomes more available, it's a single-dose vaccine and it has a longer expiration date. We'll see that it's much easier logistically to get people vaccinated, and you'll see those numbers start to grow accordingly with the state. Just to go over some issues regarding it, if people haven't heard that there was about 20 or so towns that ended up being in the red. Fortunately, Millis was in that. We barely were placed into the red designation on the last report. I think it's over 25. We had 29 within 14 days. That appears to be because of household transmission. So it's really not community transmission as a whole, but it's extensive household transmission. Now, whether or not, talking with Kathy Lannon, whether or not that's due to the fact that there may be variants in the area that might be more transmissible, that remains to be seen. I think the variants are, as we've seen in the news, and DPH has reported they are in Massachusetts. So we can expect that that's a situation that may take hold in that's why the race to get people vaccinated is important at this stage to beat that variant upsurge. We ask people to check the websites. We have the town's website, the Board of Health, has many links regarding vaccination sites, as well as latest updates from the state DPH as far as numbers goes, number of vaccines, and general updates on regulatory guidance, the changes in the phases. We are now in, as of March 22nd today, phase 4, step 1, which is a big step, and hopefully we can stay in that arena for some time and get the businesses open and get people back to normalcy. Those changes are, again, online at the state DPH and labor websites. If there's any questions regarding those new guidelines, they can call our office. We'll guide them as best we can. Currently, we're in the process of vaccinating the housing authority. We were allocated vaccine by the state for the housing authorities. We're in the process of doing that with Moderna vaccine. We were granted the ability to vaccinate homebound when that vaccine is available, hopefully sometime in early to mid-April with J&J vaccine. The plan is to partner with the fire department, who's been very good with helping out in this endeavor throughout the entire process of this COVID pandemic, and going potentially from house to house for homebound people who can't make it to clinics for medical reasons, to vaccinate these individuals. So that's where we're at this point. Whether or not the town gets more vaccine in the future, especially with the J&J, remains to be seen, and it's possible that will open up towards mid-April, but we haven't had any confirmation as of yet.
Okay, great. I mean, could you just briefly explain, how we occasionally trigger into the red zone? It's really the numbers are very small, and I don't mean to minimize the risk that folks have, but it is a little bit quirky right now because numbers can be very small and switch you from one category to the next. Maybe you could just spend another minute explaining how that works and what's the measurement date and how does that kind of work?
Well, we have an advantage and a disadvantage being a small town. A small amount of positive increase can impact the calculation regarding the positivity rate. So all it takes for the towns under 10,000 people is, from my understanding, if I get the numbers correct here, let's see, more than 25 cases in a 14-day period can constitute a potential red zone designation, and we had 29, so we really didn't have that much over that. But because we're a small town, that occurs. I would be more concerned if it was community spread and it was due to large clusters in restaurants or other events of that nature, even in school systems in that venue. But from my understanding, talking to the public health nurses who are doing the contact tracing, it is in households. So apparently when someone gets ill, it is really going through the entire household. So, people at home, if one person gets ill and, it's very easy, kids from home from college and so forth and so on, very easy to transmit that virus. And whether or not the variants, which apparently have a higher transmission rate, are a factor in this, we're not 100% sure. But that's where we're at with the red zone. Now, do I anticipate being in the red zone next week? I don't, but that remains to be seen. I mean, we've been in yellow, I think, for a 4 week straight, which is good. We had a slight uptick, like I said, for this last 2 weeks. So it kind of pushed us over the edge, but not by much.
Right. And again, you just mentioned contact tracing sort of went by, and I want to make sure that folks know that because of the work you and your team are doing, we actually are keeping good track of folks who have it, and we're not guessing. We're pretty accurate.
Oh, absolutely. They do an excellent job. It couldn't be done without them. We've got a very skilled set of individuals that are working night and day, weekends, doing contact tracing. It's a very tedious job and a very exacting job, and you have to continually call people up and make sure that household contacts and potentially dozens of people, depending on how what the situation, what situations arise, have to be contacted with regards to isolation and or quarantine issues. So we're very lucky to have the dedicated staff we do, and many of them are volunteers, which is incredible, because that's nursing services. That at least talking about Kathy Lannon and whatnot, nursing services. If you had to monetize that, if you had to basically put a cost on that, I can't even begin to think. So I'm just very, very lucky.
Well, thank you, John. I just wanted to make sure we got the chance here to highlight what's going on behind the scenes. And again, kudos to you, to your team, the nurses and whatnot, as well as the other first responders around town. But you're doing a great job, and let's hope we're hopefully on the downward slope here. Well, we'll see. Okay. Any comments, questions from my colleagues on the board, or Mr. Germain?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment, and perhaps, John, you could, comment on this. If one has had COVID, their response to the shots may be a little different than what would be normally expected. Could you comment on that, please?
Well, I'll put a disclaimer out there first. I'm not a medical professional, MD, or an NP, or an RN. And I don't play one on TV or Zoom. But I'll answer it anyways the best I can. My gut instinct is that, just educated guess is that, from what I've been hearing, is that if you've had it before, you possibly will have a reaction to the first dose, similar to what you'd have for a second dose. But again, I'm not scientifically, that hasn't been scientifically proven. But yes, indeed, you'd be almost acting as a booster, your first dose in that case, similar to the second dose. If you understand what I'm getting at there.
Yeah, the reason I was asking or commenting is that I've talked with a couple of doctors because having experienced it, it turns out that one can expect a higher reaction rate. And I think it's just important that people understand that that can happen as a result of having had it. But again, it's something that apparently is known, and that's what I was hearing. And I've heard it now from doctors at a number of different locations that I've been involved with. So it seems to be pretty consistent.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. Well, thank you, John. Appreciate it. We now move on to the next item on our agenda. This is a Charter Review Committee update led by, in this case, Chris Sapphire, operating as a civilian. Are you on, Chris?
Yes, sir.
And Maureen, maybe we can share the screen here for the material that the chief.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I can share it from my.
All right. Well, why don't we do that?
You got it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Maureen votes yes. We let you do it.
I think I could have found it, but whatever.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm sure you could.
All right. Can you folks see the presentation?
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect. We are here to give you the update for the charter review. We inevitably did get delayed a few months due to the coronavirus. So we've been working on this for approximately about a year and a half due to the delay. But the purpose of our committee was to review our home rule charter as well as recommend revisions to our home rule charter. I'd like to thank Mrs. Hayes, Mrs. Jermaine, Mr. Riley, Nancy Sitter, Mr. Schultz, and Mr. Gazinski. We all worked together on this, and this is the presentation that we've put together. The process is we reviewed various charters, neighboring communities, interviewed key individuals within the community to include select board members, town clerk, town moderator, town council, Mr. Talaman, and Mr. Gazinski. As a result, we formulated a list of issues for us to discuss and present to you with the recommendations. One of the main issues was the size of the select board to increase from 3 members to 5 members. We feel that this is an issue that we should increase it to 5. It was unanimous throughout the committee to push this forward. The next item was the moderator position, increase the term to 3 years, and add a deputy moderator in the event something happened to the moderator and they couldn't make it to a meeting. The town clerk, we feel that position should be appointed as opposed to elected, and rename the finance committee to the warrant committee. Article 3, Section 3-4, it's the town administrator's job description. We feel that should be handled with Mr. Talaman. Although we agree with it, with the language that is in there, it would be better suited to go through town council. Issues that we tabled, the committee sought counsel with our town council, Mr. Talaman, to clarify several pending items. After reviewing and discussing Mr. Talaman's comments, the committee agreed on the following: recall provisions, there's no action at this time, and conflict of interest. We did discuss it, however, there is no action at this time as the town of Millis must abide by the state conflict of interest rules. That, in a nutshell, is our findings, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Jermaine?
are we going to be discussing these in the near future?
Well, I think that from my perspective, the committee has reported back to the board. We may have questions for the committee, but they've made recommendations to this board. So yes, I think the board will be taking it up in more detail, inviting the committee back to answer questions we may have. You may note from the aggressive timetable this evening that we've only allotted 15 minutes for this subject. So we have been asking the committee to come forward and give us a sense of where they stand. So I do think we have the opportunity to talk a little bit this evening, but I think from my point of view, the board would be well served by inviting the committee back for a more lengthy dialogue about these issues, some of which are, well, not some of which, they're all serious issues for us to discuss. And then the question then for the board would be, all right, how does this move forward? What is the mechanism that goes into place for moving the recommendations forward, should we choose to do that? So that would be my hope. It's up to the board to decide how we'd like to proceed, but it does seem to me as though this will require some conversation beyond just the time allotted this evening.
I concur with that, so I'll not ask any questions at this time.
Well, I'm not sure that no questions is the right answer either, but I mean, at some point, we want to have a dialogue with the committee. They've been doing work for quite a bit of time. These are significant issues. If we have any general reactions or things we'd like to see more of, we can perhaps, offer some thoughts this evening. But I think from the point of view of from my point of view, this is a conversation that's going to go well beyond 15 minutes of time allotted for this meeting. We may even decide as a select board to hold a special meeting on this issue where we have the committee, members of the community, et cetera, because whatever recommendations are finally put forward, again, they end up going to the town for final decision. It's not up to the board to decide the outcome of these provisions. So if there's any questions or just sort of general information we'd like to elicit, I'm sure it's fair for us to put that on the table this evening. Not trying to short circuit anything.
Chairman McCaffrey?
Yes.
I do have one question. The recommendations seem fairly straightforward. I was just curious about why rename the Finance Committee. I was hoping maybe somebody could just explain the thought behind that one.
Thank you.
Keith, do you mind if I speak to that one?
Yes, I was just going to volunteer you.
I figured you were. Having served on the Finance Committee
Well, could you recognize yourself, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or would you like to be recognized? Mr. Schultz.
Thank you. Vice Chair of the Finance Committee, so I speak with actual authority this time, not just a member. The thought behind it was the Finance Committee, if you look at the warrant this time, there's at least 31 articles right now. There's probably going to be more. Less than half of them have to do with finance. Most of them have to do this time around with zoning and other items that just really don't relate to finance at all. And the word Finance Committee, I've tried to recruit people for 22 years to join the Finance Committee, and the first answer is, I don't know anything about finance. And that is not a prerequisite to being on the Finance Committee, because as I said, half of the items we deal with don't relate directly to finance. So I think a name change, as many other towns have done, will make it more accessible and understandable. I mean, really, honestly, financial background is great to have, and you need people with that on the committee, obviously. But people that care about the community, know about the community, and have opinions about the community are just as valued, if not more so. That was the reasoning we had behind it.
Thank you. Chairman McCaffrey,
Yes.
just to follow up, I just want to confirm that we'd be looking at a proposed name change only, like the function still remains the same, correct?
Mr. Chairman?
Is that the intent here?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm Mr. Schultz. Thank you. Yes, everything would remain exactly the same except for the name change. There'd be 9 members, the role and functionality would be exactly the same. And actually, Jody Garcon is writing a lovely handbook for Finance Committee that all she'd have to do is a word search and replace and change the title, but it's actually going to spell out the roles much better than we've ever had in the past. So it's purely name.
Thank you.
All right, I have some questions that I would like to see addressed when we reconvene. And actually, the question is the same question that my colleague raised on this item, which is why. We have the recommendation, but when we sit down to talk about this in a little bit more detail, I think, at least from my perspective, not only do we want to know what the recommendation is, but why is it being made? What are we trying to accomplish with this recommendation? What are the pluses and minuses? So that, I think, is what the community would be looking to get some more information on, because that helps not only the board, but the community, more importantly, the community at large, to start thinking about how this would, how they would consider this when ultimately these recommended changes, go to the voters of the town. Because amending the charter involves town meeting. It involves proposing amendments. It involves town meeting. It involves ballot questions. Not that it's impossible to do, because we just did 2 of them when we changed the name of the select board, for example. So it certainly can be done. But I think for us to move forward as a board and a community, we need to get a little bit more understanding of what benefits the Charter Review Committee sees in moving to these recommendations. Now, I would say, not to preempt anything, but this board has, of course, a rather lengthy report that was done by an outside consultant about the issue of the role and the selection of town clerk. So in particular, I personally would like to hear from the Charter Review Committee its views. Is it proposing the town clerk change because of what it sees in that report, or are there other issues that they see that we could achieve if we move in that direction? So, and then I think the last item, of course, would be ultimately, how does this go forward? There are a couple of ways to amend the charter. The charter itself has a more complex mechanism for changing the number of members of the select board. And so there's another step in there. If we follow the town charter's amendment process, the change to the moderator, I can say personally, having been the moderator, this is not the first time this issue has come up. Because as folks know, the moderator has to run every year. Now, maybe that's a good thing, but if you move it to 3 years, what do we gain by that? What does the town gain? I do have one question that I'd like to have clarified this evening from the committee, and that is the deputy moderator. Was the committee of the view that that would be another elected position, or would that be a position that the moderator would appoint?
We were of the position not that it would not be another elected position. It would be an appointed position.
Okay. And presumably appointed by the moderator?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the charter would include the position. It would be designated as a position under the town government, and the appointing authority would be the moderator. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Schultz.
The conversation even went further, that position could be appointed the day before should the moderator realize they can't attend. It wouldn't be a perpetual standing position. I mean, it may be that they appoint them ahead of time, but it gave us a fail-safe to be able to conduct town meeting even if there was an issue with the moderator.
Well, I believe that under state law, the moderator has that authority anyway.
Right.
But I'm a firm believer in, it's our home rule charter. We get to designate as a community how it's going to work. And it's a much better process if it's a designated process. And perhaps, theoretically, a deputy moderator could be a moderator in training. I mean, might be a good thing. or something of that nature. Okay, any other comments from my colleagues on the board? Somebody has their music on. Any other comments from anybody in the on the call? All right. Well, thank you very much to the committee, to Mr. Sapphire for chairing the committee. We will do an outreach over the next little while to see if we can come to agreement with the committee members to have a joint meeting to sort of go through some of the details here, further understand the rationale for the recommendations, and also to map steps forward to determine how this would be dealt with by the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item we have on our agenda is a conversation with the veterans agent, who's come forward to the board asking for further consideration for in the context of the budgeting process. So we have our veterans agent, Mr. John Moore, here. And we give you the floor You also have some slides.
I do, and Maureen, I guess I can share them with everyone.
If you can,
Rather
that's fine.
Have you dig? Oh, you have it?
No, not ready to go, so if you can, that'd be great.
Okay, I
You
got
want
it.
to go back to the number 2 jersey behind you?
Oh, it's
At least I do.
Xander Bogaerts signed jersey.
Whoa.
I may.
My grandson will be by to take that off your hands.
I'm a big memorabilia buff, baseball cards, all that stuff. So.
Okay.
Anyway. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board. This is a above level service request. I've had the job as the VSO since February of 2020, and when I took the job, I really took it personal, being a veteran, where I asked myself, what would I want in a VSO, to help me with just go through the maze of state benefits and federal benefits. The weirdly good thing about the pandemic is that all the training went online, and I was able to get certifications, really expedite. But in doing so, I figured there was a lot of things that Millis needed to have an effective, veteran support network. And let me see if I can share this. All right. Is this visible?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Just real quickly, I'm just going through some accomplishments that we did in the past year that I was just pretty proud of. The Chapter 115 program, it has, supports veterans who are below the 200% poverty line to be pulled up above that. And we have about 12 Millis residents who are on that program. But some of the training that I went through, I noticed that there was a few steps that we were missing, and what went on with that is that we were able to recoup roughly $72,000 from the previous few years, and now each year we're recouping about $36,000 where before we weren't. And that's from the state giving us 75% of the payouts to all the Chapter 115 benefit veterans in Millis. So that was a good accomplishment where obviously we're giving money back to the town to redistribute how it sees fit. Sorry. The other thing that we really enhanced, it's kind of hard to explain, but VA claims before, it was like just downloading and then faxing, and things were just getting lost, and I can go into that. But we got a program called VetRespect. Pete got me a laptop where I can even go to the VFW or AMVETS and file some VA claims. But this program makes it instantaneous, where you have complete visibility. And once we got the program, I started going into and just seeing some Millis veterans. Long story short, there were packets that hadn't gone through for years, including one gentleman that I know. I contacted him, and he's going to come in, and he filed a VA claim going back 3.5 years. I called the VA, and they were like, well, you got to redo it all. It's out of date. So, just seeing this, and now I'll be able to file it and actually see that the VA received it, and then I can see feedback at what position they are, with providing these benefits. And since I've had this program for about a month now, just a few, if you look at some of those bullets down there, like Veteran 2, this is a good success story. I happened to bump into, I haven't done any outreach yet just because of COVID, and I can't have people and do some classes and stuff like that. But a lot of it is just bumping into people in Millis. And we had a Camp Lejeune Marine. He has bladder cancer. Long story short, he's now getting full treatment at the VA. Before, he was a lot of out-of-pocket expenses. He doesn't have to worry about that. And he's getting a pension of of roughly $2,500 a month. So that was a life-changing event where he didn't even know he rated, and it was just a conversation we had because he had a hat on, and I started talking to him. Another veteran, I was able to take him off Chapter 115 and put him on a VA pension. Again, those are money going back to the city that now the federal government will pay for. And then a recent veteran, we went through the process. I did a VA claim for him for vocational rehab, and he got approved to get a PhD degree. So, it's a resident of Millis. He's going to now be, receive his PhD degree on the government. So those are just things that happened in the last month. And my goal as, to maybe do 3 or 4 of these every month and just really improve. Millis has 10% of the population is veterans. So that's roughly about 450 veterans in the town. And, that's just 4. Obviously, not all 450 can get these benefits, but I'm sure probably, if I had to guess, 100 rate benefits that they're not using. So it's community outreach that I have to do. And I'll go through these as quickly as I can. Just a few other things. It's the Veterans Property Tax Abatement Program. It was before it was in the seniors. However, for the veterans, there's no income limits and there's no age limits. So I now have a veteran, a female mother of 3, and she's about 40 years old. So she couldn't go on to the other one, but she can go on the veterans. So I'm trying to go into the spirit of the veterans property tax abatement to help younger veterans also. And just the BRAVE Act, again, this is a lot of good things where I'll be on Zoom meetings with VSOs, and every Zoom meeting I learned there's more and more things out there for just benefits and for the town of Millis, which includes VA COVID vaccination clinics. I've sent maybe about 15 veterans just to other towns where they had clinics. If you were in the VA system, you could go there, and they were holding them at VFWs. I tried to get one in Millis, but I think they decided to go to Walpole instead. Another significant thing was I got onto the military records account system, and DD-214s are the beginning of every benefit you can possibly get. Now at the town hall, I can get anybody's DD-214s. As a matter of fact, I'm working a few people from Medway to help them out, ironically. And I'm just going to try to go through this. Just future initiatives. I just want to continue that outreach program and classes. Work with AMVETS and the American Legion, and just get the word out there that there's a lot of capabilities new to Millis that, especially with the VA, where I can start filing a lot of Millis residents' claims. And again, this next slide is just kind of comparing just increased capabilities where I just got a lot of training done. These Zoom meetings with other VSOs, just learning a whole bunch of things that I can bring back to the town. And it's in any number of the Chapter 115 VA claims. I already mentioned that. Now, the above budget thing, this last time I talked to the board, they just wanted to see some similarities.
Can I just ask you to hold on for just a second before we get into this pay issue? Can you go back a slide just quickly? And I'm just going to ask a question for clarification. Mm-hmm. Certainly, there's a lot of acronyms flying around here. Just to make sure that we all understand, both on the board and in the community, what is a Chapter 115 and how does it work?
Okay, it is a veteran if their income is low or their Social Security is low and they're below below 200% of the poverty line. Chapter 115 will bring them above 200% of the poverty line.
Will supplement their income.
Supplement their income. Yes,
okay. Sir. And where it says town recoups over $27,000 per year, how does that work?
It's 75% before Millis was paying out. they were receiving their benefits. It's transparent to the veteran. However, there was a final step to put them in a program called VISMIS. I went through the training, got certified, all that stuff, and I realized we didn't have the veterans in the system. Once I put them in the system, it triggered where Massachusetts will now send 75% of every dollar that goes out.
Okay, rather than us being charged at the end of the day. I mean, the town.
Exactly. It was just one more step that needed to be taken. It's a kind of a painful administrative step, but it was just one more step that needed to be taken.
I think the VA claims are clear and perhaps the military records, but I just again want to emphasize the value to the community of the tax work-off. This is where we're able to have a qualifying veteran provide some services to the town and reduce their property taxes, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
So this is a great program. It's certainly a program that our seniors have been participating in. And now to understand that there are some additional folks, veterans, who will be able to do it, would be great. Because there's always need for two productive hands in various places throughout the town.
It'll help out that 28-year-old who's a veteran who maybe has 2 or 3 kids that could really use that break, but also has those skills, unbelievable skills that the military will give them, whether it's cyber, computer, you name it. So we're tapping a whole pool of people that weren't tapped before.
Right. Okay. Any other questions from the board, my board colleagues, before we get into the numbers?
No questions for me, thanks.
Okay.
I don't have any questions, but I will comment that what John has done has not only saved the town a lot of money, but he's also allowed other veterans to have benefits that were otherwise not available, that they didn't know were available to them. And I think in some, he's put in a lot of effort and a lot of time to come up with this. There's still more to be learned, but I think it's been a great benefit to the town.
Yes, Pete. And I am constantly learning. I mean, there's stuff I'm learning every day. Like a month ago, I didn't know that there's a program that can pay for vocational rehab, and now this individual can get a PhD on the government. So that's given back to the community, I think.
Great. Okay, let's go with the numbers.
Okay, last board, it was just, hey, let's do some sort of comparison. So I just started making phone calls and asking personal questions, and veterans, here's the information. And these are just the surrounding towns of what the usual VSO, but a lot of towns have assistant VSOs, and then they have a staff. I never knew how large some of these staffs are. Of course, it's according to population. Like Newton has a pretty significant staff. They have like 6 individuals in that. So there's just these are full-time individuals just going down. The closest in comparison, Bridgewater. I talked to this gentleman. He's actually retired from the city, so he had to be part-time, but it was only part-time anyways. He did it anyway. And but a few don't have any staffs, which obviously I don't have a secretary, or I don't have a staff, and neither did him, and neither did Raynham. But a lot of the surrounding towns, had a few other people, and mostly it's to help out with that Chapter 115 benefits, just because it's significant administration and monitoring and inputting information. So that's the staffs are usually around. One does Chapter 115, and the other one would do VA claims. So the ones with no staff have to do the VA claims, Chapter 115, the ceremonies, and all that, as needed things. So this was just a comparison, bang for the buck type of deal. And then I just took out Bridgewater, and we worked similar hours. He was saying, probably 15 to 18 hours a week, and I was like probably like 10 to 15, sometimes surge. It depends. During the food drive during COVID, that was on me. just driving to Gillette Stadium back and forth and delivering food. And, I mean, that took a lot of time, but I think that's an as needed, and I would have done that anyways. But so I just kind of compared and talking with the town administrator and Karen, because they were observing, and we came to just the best course of action to avoid unions and stuff that I kind of didn't understand, to be honest. It was just continue the stipend, but increase the stipend to match the hours that I'm putting in for the programs.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Tremaine?
as I noted earlier, when John came on board, we had an understanding, we thought, of what was required of the VSO. Since he's been on board, I think we can see there's a great deal more that he's accomplishing than any of us had anticipated. We certainly didn't understand the requirements of the job. It certainly hasn't been done appropriately over the years because there's a lot that was left on the table. But it does require a great deal more time, clearly about 50% more time than was fully anticipated when we originally asked him if he'd be interested in taking the job. I think it's important that we give that consideration and think about the implications for not only John, but the future and how we want the VSO to operate in the town to the benefit of both the town and the veterans. So I think that's something that we do need to take strongly into consideration.
Okay. I certainly agree that this is a good presentation, requesting an adjustment to reflect a little bit more of the effort. I think over the years, we have had folks working very hard as the veterans agent to do the best they could. I think that we've learned from Mr. Moore that he's taken it to a new level. And it's not just hours, not simply hours, but it's the time and the skills brought to the table. So I think we're going to have to consider this particular proposal. It's certainly in order. It's going to get folded into, I think at this point, it'll get folded into the budget recommendation that the town administrator makes to the board over the next couple of weeks. Now, I'm not asking the board to vote tonight in favor or against it. I would just like to ask, with the board's consent, that we ask the town administrator to fold this request into his budget preparation. So so we consider it, actively consider it along with any others that we're thinking about when we get to the bottom line. I think this is brought forward thoughtfully and in a timely fashion, so let's incorporate it into our process, which will continue on for the next month or so. Is that reasonable?
Agreed.
Concur.
So it does say that you worked with the town administrator already, so I mean, he must be already participating in this. So let's see how that plays out in terms of the overall numbers. Certainly, you presented a very powerful justification for this change. I was afraid you were going to ask us for $31,000, but that's next year. No. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, just to not to carry this on, but I just wanted to basically reinforce what Selectman Germain said, is that John's been doing a great job for the town, and I think everyone that we've talked to that's worked with him on the staff and the veterans in the community is very happy with the improvements that have been made since John came on board. So just wanted to
beyond
confirm.
Just the numbers, right? You're right.
Yes.
The real contribution. And we brought you in a very low-key era where, in addition to all the things that veterans have to deal with, we all had to deal with COVID as well. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, the next item we have on our agenda is a request relative to the Cobble Knoll lip application, where we have a request for the board to take action with respect to I guess waiving a appraisal requirement under the local initiative program. Do we have Mr. Roach and or Mr. American on to address us on this issue?
Yeah, this is Tom Roach. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, thank you for hearing this. There's also Mark O'Hagan, who is the gentleman who's helping me preparing this application to go to the state, and I think he could address that issue that you just mentioned.
Sure.
The request there.
Sure.
Mark, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. So what the request is, the state allows for a local exception to the requirement for an appraisal if there's 20 units or less. And Mr. Roach has owned the site since 2012, I think. We put a modest valuation of $400,000 on it. If it's something that the board would consider accepting, that $400,000 purchase price would go into the application, becomes the basis of the for cost certification and things going forward. By approving this, it helps kind of streamline the process with DHCD. They won't need to do an appraisal. If you think the value is reasonable, doing an appraisal is essentially just going to cost time and $3,000 to $4,000 of Mr. Roach's resources that could be better used on the project. So that's the specific nature of that request. I had drafted just some wording that has been acceptable to DHCD in the past, not to put words in your mouth, but just to give you an outline that I think that they would consider to be reasonable and appropriate, and attached some, some exhibits to support the valuation.
So let me ask you, though, in terms of, obviously the material is thorough and I'll say compelling, and it's quite clear that the valuation has a definite connection to the market. So that's not a concern to me anyway. But exactly how does this fit into what ultimately comes out as housing? Why is the state requiring an appraisal or establishing a market value of the property?
Sure. The basis of it, as you know, with the 40B, there is a limitation on profits for the development. The essential basis of a deal with the 40B is you as the community are allowing higher density on a site that you otherwise wouldn't be able to get in lieu of getting some affordable units. To make sure that they're not getting too many units on the project, they limit the overall profitability on the development to 20% of the total development costs. So this land valuation becomes the basis of that, or I guess, one of the pieces of that cost certification process of them saying, okay, $400,000, that's the value of the land. That will carry forward on the calculations at the completion of the project, assuming it is approved and developed. So that's really the only basis of it, is to have a number that they can use from an accounting perspective moving forward.
And given the fact that the applicant owns the land, there's really not a transaction here between the applicant and a property owner. He already owns the land, and all he's trying to do is establish a value on that.
Correct.
To incorporate into his filing with the housing folks, right?
Yeah, okay. That's all this is to establish a value, just as the appraisal would do. So, and the number, I think that it's appropriate, if anything. Particularly even with what's happened in the last 3 months, it's probably conservative. So that's really all it is for. It's a placeholder for value as it relates to the accounting, cost certification, and profit limitations in the future.
Okay, so and you've also provided us with some comparables as well as the property card from the assessor's office, so we have the data in front of us indicating the reasonableness of the number. And what you're requesting is that the board, are we going to be, if we go ahead with this, do we waive it, or do we just indicate support for finding the acquisition value of $400,000 to be appropriate, which I'm reading right from the letter you gave me?
Just finding that you accept the valuation of the land to be appropriate. And as I said, I try to make it easy for people, so there's a draft letter there. If that's reasonable, that will be acceptable to meet the needs of DHCD based on my past experience.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Germain, you have any questions, or Ms. Underhill?
Just
Mr.
one
Germain?
question, Mr. Chairman. How much land are we talking about?
Parcel's about 1.9 acres.
Okay, and where exactly is 1344 Main Street?
I'm sorry, sir?
Where is 1344 Main Street?
I
you give me
Tom
the-
can give you a more specific location, but it's close to the town line with Medway.
With Midway.
Okay.
It's across from, diagonally with Tractor Supply.
Oh, okay. It's not quite up at the town line, but
Right,
But out that way.
it's what's up on that hill?
correct.
Okay. Then I do have another question. If you were to build there, and this is getting ahead of it, do you know if there's ledge or anything? Would you be able to not have would you be able to build if sewers were not available?
Would Dan, you want to address that maybe?
I think
You
you
want
muted
Dan?
Dan. Yeah.
So, can anyone hear Dan?
Not at this point.
No, Dan, we can't hear you. All right, so I'll try to address it. So what was the question again?
If sewers are not available, would you be able to build there? Do you have to go through ledge? Can you put in a form of septic? There's a specific name for it, but at any rate.
Well, depending on what I was going to build there, no, we haven't found any ledge there yet, but that doesn't mean, that we can't build, or we could build. But this particular project definitely needs the sewer, and we addressed that prior to tonight. We addressed that at a 2/24 selectmen's meeting. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, but
I just wanted to verify.
There is an existing residence on the home as well, sir. The value of the property is based on the lot with a house that's there, not on raw land.
Yeah, I just wanted to get the two, so I got some clarity there. Thank you.
okay.
Anything, Aaron, that you'd like to ask?
No, thank you.
Okay. So again, the request here is for the board to approve the proposal to find the acquisition value of $400,000 to be appropriate for this property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to, of course, to sign the letter that you will then forward to the Department of Housing and Community Development.
Correct.
All right, so I would take a motion from the board if there's no further discussion.
I just have a comment. This is Pearl Johnston, the finance director. I have the assessor pull that card. The building on the property is only valued at 70% complete. Do you know what would have caused that? Did it never get a completion?
That'd be for Tom.
Yeah, I'm trying to address that. I don't know why it's 70% complete. The house that's on the property has been there and occupied for, at least that I know, 30 years.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if we are on the right parcel, 1344.
I had her look it up just now while you were doing your presentation.
Okay.
And the main acre is valued, it has a 15% discount, and then the second parcel is 30% of the value. So not quite sure why it's getting a decrease in value. She'll go out to the property, but just didn't know if, as Mr. Gervain had asked, is it sitting on ledge? And that's why it's getting the discount, not buildable.
Well, I'm not sure, to tell you the truth.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I guess what I'd just like to make sure I understand that. What's the relevance of the question?
My question was just, I wasn't sure why the property it's owned by Roach Brothers, but it's only 70% complete. And then they're going to go and put a lip on it. So wasn't sure why they were making a change in construction.
Tom, you address that?
Yeah, so it sounds to me that there's something wrong when you say 70% complete. So if I'm in the process of building a house, we put a foundation in, we frame it, and we rough it out. The assessor might come along and say, okay, it's only 70% complete. With this property here, you know, it's not that situation. So I'm not sure why that is. To me, the value of this property, I believe it's a fair appraisal for the property that we're asking. So I can't answer you why that's reading that way. I've personally owned it for, I'm going to say 6 years, and I've never pulled a building permit on it. So I can't answer your question. I just don't know why.
All right.
What's going to happen to the building?
The building is going to be taken down.
Well, I guess that's the point. The card that we have in front of us values the 1344 Main Street at $299,300, and it was last purchased in 2012 for $256,000. So I'm not quite sure what the confusion is here. But to me, the data is clearly indicating that a $400,000 assigned value is reasonable. I'm not seeing anything that would lead me to believe that it isn't. I guess that's what I'm saying.
No, my question was just why, if it was only in 70%, so it's been under taxed all these years.
Okay, well, again, I think that at some level, what the current building status is not that relevant because it's going to be torn down anyway.
Right. I was just curious why. It was just a question asking about. Mr. Germain asked whether or not there was ledge on the property. I didn't know whether that 30% markdown meant there truly was and it wasn't buildable. So that's why I brought that up.
Okay. All right. So with that question answered, is there a motion from the board with respect to the request from the applicant?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Germain?
Okay, I'll move that we sign a letter of waiver for 1344 Main Street for that the acquisition of the property was $400,000 or less, as stipulated by the state, I guess.
Yes.
I'm not sure how all this works, to be very frank,
Yeah.
but in terms of the cost of the
Oh, it does?
property, it seems to be within line. Whether it's buildable is a whole different issue.
Oh, this? You can
Well, let me
see
just
that?
clarify. It's not really, we're assigning a value of 400,000, not less.
I need to see that.
The acquisition value of 400,000, is that right?
It sounds to me like we're agreeing 400,000 would be the maximum. I don't see anything in there that says it could be more or less or anything else, but it just, the way it's worded, I was thinking, okay, 400,000 is the maximum value of the property, at least as of this time, with respect to real market value.
Well, let me go back to the reason, how this fits into the process. If what we're trying to do is help the applicant assign a property value so that that value, that number gets rolled
All right,
into his
yeah, I gotta stop
costs
doing that.
for purposes of determining pricing. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're looking for a number. Because if you get a valuation by a third party, they're going to come up with a number. Am I missing something, or is that not the case?
No, that is the case. So, well, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark. So if I came to the, if I said to the state, hey, this thing's worth $1 million, right? So that would affect my bottom line in the positive way. And so to keep it in my mind, legit and on board, we're giving you this figure of 400,000, which I think is a very, actual worth of the property. So I'm not overinflating it. If I said $1 million, it's overinflated, then I'm making more money in the end, if that helps anyone. So that's
Correct.
Am I explaining it right, Mark?
Yeah. Yeah. The main thing is that really the intent is to establish a fair and appropriate value, which we think it is, and it will streamline the process moving forward. Theoretically, if the state did an appraisal and it came out at 450 or 500, then yeah, that would work to Tom's advantage as part of the calculation. So, this, like I said, I think it's the fair number, and it is an administrative matter that helps streamline the process. I don't think it will have a huge impact one way or the other. I think it just keeps things moving forward and ensures that the value is reasonable and appropriate and not open-ended.
Well, the reason I'm questioning in part, I have no problem in part with the 400, but is it really 400? I look at these other properties and they have homes that are being lived in and that seem to be in good repair. Mm-hmm. This property is one where, regardless of whether the home is 70% built, 60% built, fully built, or whatever, it's going to be torn down. So basically what you're looking at is the price of the property, not property plus home. And that's why I'm questioning.
No, I would respectfully disagree. Really what they're looking at for the value of the property is as its usage and its current capacity, not as being permitted as something else. This is a home that has somebody living in it as well, that will vacate prior to the development construction starting. So this is a nice home that people have been residing in for, as Tom said, 30 years. Tom just happens to own it and is looking to use the property in another way, but people will be living in it up until that time. This is not a derelict property by any means. So,
well, if the town is assessed for $300,000, why don't we just say its value is $300,000?
Well, it's our opinion that the assessment, it doesn't reflect the full value, but that's this is a request that we're making, and it's up to the board to determine if you think it's reasonable and appropriate or not.
Right, and so I'll add on to that. So just because it's assessed at 300, I thought we were being more than fair with at 400,000, because I could say, okay, with a little work, say someone bought it as a flip and you put 50,000 into it, it might be worth 550 or 6. But I think in its current state right now, it's definitely worth the 400,000.
Well, you're asking for, this is market value, not assessed value.
Market value, yeah. Right.
So, I'm comfortable that the $400,000 number that you're requesting is reasonable, given the assessment and the data that you've shown us, where there are homes that are somewhat comparable or in the $400,000 range.
Yeah.
And the more we give you, the more profitable it's going to be for you. Well, I'm not looking to take any money away from you, but I think I'm personally happy to grant you the request that you made.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, well, then I'll continue with the motion that says an assessed value for a value of $400,000.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded for the board to hold that we've reviewed the material and find the acquisition of value of $400,000 on 1344 Main Street to be appropriate, and to request that the chair execute a letter to that effect on behalf of the board. So I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
The motion's carried unanimously. So now we need to get the letter done and get chair down there and sign it.
Could I just ask, will I have Mark here? Because I think there was a second part of this. Mark, as far as the approval process, didn't you prepare a letter for the selectmen as well for that, for the?
Yeah, what was submitted was was the full official LIP application. So this is the first meeting I've been to, so I'm not sure if the board has reviewed that application. But what we are seeking would be the board to, sign off on the application that's been submitted, which is the official local initiative program application from DHCD with all the related exhibits. So we'd be seeking your endorsement on that application. And they request just a brief letter of support of the project in general. The appraisal is kind of a subset of it. So I'm not sure if the board's had an opportunity to review that, if there's any, particular questions about the overall LIP program and how it works. I'm sure you guys have seen them before or different versions of it. Or if there's any specific questions about the project proposal.
Well, we've already talked about this. We talked about this project a while ago. We've already seen it. What we have in front of us tonight is only this appraisal document. We don't have the balance of any other material. So for that reason, we're not in a position to vote on that tonight because we don't have it in front of us. Okay. Mr. Kaczynski, do you know where this is? What situation we've got going here?
I'll have to check on that, Mr. Chair. And certainly we can, if the board is so willing, we could put this on for next Monday, and I will check tomorrow on the status and get something back to the board tomorrow.
Okay, I think that's what we're going to have to do because we don't have the balance of the data in the packet that we received tonight.
Okay.
So go ahead.
I'm sorry. I appreciate you putting it on for next Monday, but I unless I did something wrong, I did forward everything together with what you're reviewing tonight. So I'm not sure where the breakdown is, but if we can do it next Monday night, that'd be great.
Let's just say that we're doing our best. What we got, we've acted upon. We're more than happy to look at the balance of this application next week, since we have a meeting just a week from now. Okay. In order to be able to consider it the complete document then.
Terrific.
All right, thank you. Is that all right with you, Mark, next Monday?
Yeah, that's fine. And any if there's any materials that you need, just certainly let me know, and I can forward them tomorrow if the electronic copy isn't available. So, okay. Whatever you need, just let me know, and I'll send it in.
All right, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice to speak with you all.
Thank you. So hold on to the letter. Put it on letterhead, and we'll get with the balance of the material.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is appearance by the chair of the Capital Planning Committee, Mr. Barry, who is here this evening to discuss with the board the draft of the Capital Planning Committee report for the Maytown meeting.
All right, thank you, Mr. McCaffrey. Thank you, everybody. So how do we want to do this? Will you share the document up on the screen, or do people have copies of this? Should I share it? What's the best way to do this?
If you can do it, Jonathan, wait.
It'd be helpful.
Jonathan, if you could do it for me, that'd be great. It might be faster.
I just share it. Okay, hang on.
Hi, Mark. Hey.
There you go.
Hold on. Get the right one here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so thanks again for having me here. So just want to give an update on where we are with the capital planning process for this year, coming up to the town meeting. So we shared 2 documents with the select board. Sorry, there's a little background noise there. We shared 2 documents with the select board. One is this letter that you see here, or report, I suppose, and then also there is a page that looks like this that has a big schedule, and I'll give you a quick update on both of these things. So we've met several times over the past few months here to go over a number of priorities. This is a brief summary of it here. There's 17 projects. Actually, there's 18. There'll be some slight adjustments to this document over the next few days, but I'll just go with what's here. 17 projects, a little bit over $2.1 million that have been requested by the various departments for this upcoming town meeting. We've gone through all of those, and we have a ranking priority process that we've used for the last few years to assess them, and I will just give a quick rundown of those here. So we have sort of a scoring process in which we base our scores on a number of different items based on regulatory mandates, just the value to the citizens of the town, public safety issues, that sort of things, a whole number of requirements we look at. The highest priorities that we assessed were these top several here. So a couple of them are DPW related to the PFAS issue. I know there's an item later on the agenda related to that as well. So there's 2 studies, and actually there will be a third piece of this that will be added to the final document, totaling about $450,000. These are studies that have to be done so we can assess the best way to remediate this issue at the various wells in town, specifically the DeAngelis well and then wells 3 through 6. We went through all the rankings, and those came out pretty much at the top of the list as items to be looked at. A few other high ones are the replacement of an ambulance for the town, 2 special education vans for the school. There's an emergency response plan update for the water system. That is a mandated item. Fire alarm replacement for the VMB building, and then stormwater upgrades for the Village Birch Street area, which that's been on the list for a couple of years, but we felt that was a very high priority. There are some middle priorities. A new police car. Actually, the chief has laid out a very good schedule of all the police cars and when they need to be kind of renewed. And so this is one that's on the schedule. Some updates to the Council of Aging. Some software for the assessor's office, which maybe would have been helpful for that last call regarding the value of the property. And then some school items.
No editorial comments are permitted.
Sorry, couldn't help myself. One is a replacement bus. One of the existing buses is basically at the end of its useful life and probably will not be allowed on the road after the school year is over. So there's a replacement. And I do want to just, and I've said this before at meetings, I want to reiterate, just because these are medium priorities do not mean they're not important. These are all very important items. We'd love to be able to do all of these things, but the capital planning's committee's role, one of the roles anyways, is to try our best to put in some sort of rank order all the different things coming into town. So we just don't want people to get a sense that we don't think a new bus or a new handicap van for the COA or a new filing system for the building department are not important items. They're all important items. They just came a little lower on the list than some of these ones at the top. So that's where we're at the moment. Like I said, there's a few minor updates we're going to make to this list over the next week or so. But let me just pause there and I'll happy to take any questions before I move on to the bigger capital plan list.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Germain?
Just a quick question on the high priority, but DPW Birch Street stormwater. That would be, you haven't gone into any of these as to where the funding source would be, have you?
No, so, good question. So it's not our primary role to, we certainly are aware of potential funding sources, but the funding source does not drive the priority. So the short answer is no. We're not opining as to whether these can be paid for or not. That's a function. Some of these might be paid by enterprise funds. Some might be by free cash. Some might be by borrowing. That's up to the Finance Committee and the Select Board to make some of those decisions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think in general, the Capital Planning Committee is using qualitative criteria to evaluate the rank order of projects. Now, certainly there's discussion of cost and potential sources of funding as well, but the output is intended to be driven more by the qualitative evaluation than where we're going to get the money. Now, ultimately, what ends up getting funded obviously depends on where we're able to get the funds. So, other questions? Okay, moving right along.
Okay, so let me move over to this document. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger here. Oops, too big. Sorry, bear with me. Now it's upside down, and there we go. Okay, so some people might be familiar with this. We put something like this out for the first time last year, so this is the second report. This is a summary of all of the capital requests that we've been able to compile over the past couple of years. So this is really a living document that we continue to refine really every time we meet, frankly. Every time we look at this, we end up changing a number here or there, so it's constantly moving. So just jump to the big picture here. We've got right now $74 million of capital requests, or I shouldn't say requests. These are potential capital items for the town over the next 10 years that we've identified at this point. And we've broken them down into several categories. So some are facilities related for various buildings, public safety, public works, school related, and then a kind of a big bucket of other items which covers a number of different things. And you can see some of the really big items here. You know, roughly half of the list is related to public works type projects. A lot of which is infrastructure, so stormwater, some of the water system and that sort of thing. We also have some fairly significant facilities related costs potentially coming down the road, and a number of other ones. I'll note that this, for those of you who recall last year's report, if you do recall it, it was quite a bit less than this. It was about, I believe it was 56 million. I don't have it right in front of me, but I believe it was about $56 million was on the last report. So we've added close to $20 million of new items to this list. And just to give a rough idea of where that's coming from, so a couple of them are related to water treatment, potential water treatment plant upgrades. We've put in about $8 million related to that for 2 water treatment plants. We've put in a couple $1 million related to the Lansing Millis building. We've put in, I believe it's $7.5 million related to a senior center, and then a number of other items there. Actually, we have some slightly refined costs for the school, roofing and HVAC costs. So the numbers are getting awfully big. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that what is not in here at this point are any additional potential costs related to the middle high school and the eventual needs of that, longer term, whether it's a renovation or a new building or whatever. The school is just not quite at a point yet where they are ready to have any good numbers of what that might cost. So I guess that's a long-winded way of saying the next time we show your report, it's likely to have more items on it as well. But we think this is really important. This is the purpose of the committee in the first place, is to let the citizens of the town have some sense of all the items that are coming down the road, and we're doing our best to compile that in a way that is as transparent as possible and gives people advance notice of items as they're coming due. And I would say, as frightening as many of these numbers are, I do feel like the process we're beginning to see some of the benefits of this in different ways. So one, I mentioned, for example, the police car, the fire ambulance, some of the other projects on the list. These are things now we've known about for a few years because those departments, laid them out ahead of time for us. So they're not a surprise when we see the ambulance pop up on the list, because we've known about that for a couple of years. So that's good. We've got forewarning. And then the other thing is that we've slowly but surely are beginning to, I think, coordinate better with some of the other initiatives going on around town. So, for example, there are some potential opportunities to get some grant money to at least partially pay for some of these like the special education vans, for example, to get some green energy subsidies, tying it because they're looking to get some hybrid vehicles. So I think, the committee is, sort of able to act as a central hub to some degree to try to tie together a lot of the different things that are going on around town and a lot of the different committees. So I will pause and happy to take questions on this document or the prior one or anything else related to what the committee's been doing. And happy, Jim, if you want to add from your perspective anything that's been going on with the work the committee's been doing.
The only comment I would make is that I want to make sure people understand that in terms of the infrastructure under DPW, that includes all the water and sewer, but it also includes a number for road repair. Yes, so that's identified in there. So that's not in addition to, it doesn't, so I do want to make sure that people understand that that is incorporated there. This is, this particular exhibit is intended as some categorization of where the significant costs are, but underneath it, there are actual projects, and believe me, quite an extensive spreadsheet which identifies the critical projects and their potential cost.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Germain.
I do have a question regarding the schools. We know that there's going to have to be work done on the middle school, high school in the relatively near future. I don't know if it's 5 years, 7 years, 10 years out, but I don't see anything in there in a 10-year period that indicates we might have a major renovation or reconstruction. And I'm not suggesting which one or the other, but it seems to me, from what I've heard, that there ought to be something in there for a 10-year period.
So there is something in there. So this number here, this $8.5 million you see here, so that's pretty significant. Not all of that is one item, but the bulk of that is related to roofing and HVAC needs for the school, which would be a very significant chunk of any renovation. My comment was there's likely to be more than that needed, but there is a fairly significant item on the list right now related to middle high school repairs.
No, I understand, and they have been asking about that for a number of years. So my concern isn't just the 8.5, but if we begin putting that kind of money into the school, knowing that at some X number of years out there, we're facing a major renovation or reconstruction, I think the sooner we could get a number on here and have some idea when they're looking for it, and if they're also applying for any MSBA loans or something like that, we ought to be aware of it as soon as possible. I'm not in any way saying you had to be, but I mean, to me, it looks like the schools could kick this up by an easy $20 or $30 million in no time flat if in fact they have to go through a major renovation, and that could be maybe 6, 7 years, it may be 10 or 12 years. I doubt it's much more than that. So I'm just surprised not to see it here.
Chairman McCaffrey?
Can I just respond to that for a moment? The school committee member of the capital planning committee raised this issue at our last meeting, indicating that the school committee, has included in this document, maintenance, building maintenance, I suppose, of the existing envelope as part of the study that was done a number of years ago. And so they reported that because they have, concrete information as well as some numbers, which may be a little old by now, but they're still there. School committee indicated that they're beginning the process of thinking through beyond this period of time as to what might have to happen with respect to the middle school, high school building. So it's on the radar screen. They're beginning the conversation. John, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the statement was made that given the planning required and the time it takes, if you're to seek MSBA funding, it is very likely that anything that's going to happen would be beyond the 10-year frame we've got here. So, two things. One is they're working on it, actively thinking about it, and secondly, it probably wouldn't show up on this list yet, but it's certainly something that's out there.
Yeah, I think that's right, Jim. Per my understanding of that process that was described to us the other night.
Erin, you had some questions?
Yes, but what you said probably just sort of canceled some of that out. I listened to one of the last school committee meetings, and they were actually discussing like the level of work that may be needed for the middle high school, and the discussion that you pretty much just conveyed went down. I seem to recall them throwing out like a $14 or $15 million number, but I mean, obviously don't quote me on that, but I don't know if they have further information at this point to add to this document to make the numbers a little, I just thought I'd share that. That was part of the discussion that night.
Okay, very good. So I think we all are identifying the fact that there's another item out here, whether it's in this 10-year time frame or later, that needs to be addressed in terms of the school infrastructure. And then, of course, they have the issue that we're familiar with Clyde Brown is certain kinds of, I'll call them renovations, I don't know if it's the right word or not, do not qualify for MSBA participation, while others do. So in the case of education, school buildings, there's another drummer to dance to out there that people, who we obviously know pretty well from our recent experience, we need to keep in mind.
Mr. Chairman, the comment I was making is more along the lines of I'd like to see more in here, because my concern is if we end up having to replace roof and HVAC, and I'm not in any way suggesting that they don't need upgrade, replacement, or whatever, we need to understand those costs and how they play into major renovation and or replacement. I don't want to see us put in a major cost of HVAC and roof, and then 5 years later say, okay, it's time now to do a major renovation, and that means we should have done thus and such, or any number of other things. So all I'm saying is, in the scheme of things, it looks to me like we're running right up into a time frame where we need to get this information on here as quickly as possible.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Well, Mr. Barry, thank you so much for joining us. I understand you'll be visiting with the Finance Committee as well.
Yes, I'll be talking to them next week.
Next week, so. And ultimately, you'll finalize the report and provide it to everyone, as well as providing it to the community as a whole. And we're pretty much on target for including this in the Finance Committee report as an addendum, as we have done in the last couple of years. So thank you very much, and thanks to the members of the committee for their hard work. This is also the time where we remind the community that there are 2 open positions on the Capital Planning Committee. And so anybody who's interested in this really good, important work, please don't hesitate to call us at the town hall, 7040, and we'll be there. That's the 508-376-7040. For a limited time only, you can sign up to be a member of the Capital Planning Committee. In any event, thank you, John, for all the work. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda, running a little bit late, but not too bad so far. First is approval of water and sewer connection fees for the DPW building project. Mr. McKay and Mr. Klockow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Klockow asked me to present this as a ex officio member of the Permanent Building Committee. We would ask that the Water and Sewer Commissioners waive the fee for the entrance fees for the new DPW staff wing and the vehicle bay that will be located at 7 Water Street. There is already an existing account there, but to better serve the public, we felt that adding 2 new meters to these new buildings would be beneficial to us, so we can track the water usage and sewer. So it's typically when a new building is that's a municipal building, the select board, water and sewer commissioners do waive these fees. So I'd ask if you could vote it separately. The first would be for 7 Water Street staff wing. The water charge tie-in is $2,670, and the sewer charge is $4,095 for a total of $6,765.
So, questions from the board? Comments? Motion?
I move that we waive the fees for water and sewer entrance connection for the new construction at 7 Water Street for the staff wing for a total of $6,765.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded for the board to waive the water sewer entrance connection fees for 7 Water Street, the staff building. For the water fund, the waiver is $2,670. The sewer is $4,095 for a total of $6,765. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Jermaine?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
That motion's carried unanimously.
So
the vehicle wash bay.
I'm sorry, so we would ask the same for the same amounts.
Okay, I move that we waive the fees for water and sewer entrance connections for construction at 7 Water Street for the vehicle wash bay. The water is $2,670. Sewer is $4,095 for a total of $6,795.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded for the board to waive the water and sewer entrance connection fees for 7 Water Street, vehicle wash bay, water fund waiver of $2,670, sewer fund waiver of $4,095 for a total of $6,795. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Jermaine?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is a consideration of a interim activity at the Lansing Millis building. At this last meeting, the Permanent Building Committee considered and reviewed material presented by the architect regarding the a proposal to stabilize the Millis Lansing building while the town and the board considers what might be the long-term use of that building. So with that, I have Mr. Colaco, I believe, is on. Maybe other members of the PBC. Is Mr. Colaco with us still?
Mr. Colaco is still with you.
Excellent. Now, let me see you share your screen.
Well, that may be a better trick. Let's try this.
Ooh.
Did that come up?
Wow.
That's yes, good. Sir.
Excellent.
Brilliant. Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, in February, our architect issued a report evaluating the condition of the Lansing Millis building and identified a number of different uses for the building, ranging from a private residence to various retail operations, and with those options gave us cost estimates of roughly $1.5 million to repair the building to bring that up to current code and to provide a lasting structure because it is in a relatively deteriorated condition. in addition to that, depending on the various options that for tenant or potential use for the building, what I would describe as tenant build-out or costs, the architects also estimated a range of between $730,000 and $840,000. So the total for the entire project, they're estimating today in excess of about $2.2 million in total. We asked the architects to tell us what it would cost to protect the building and give the town time to evaluate what options, what direction it would really like to go into. The building, the roof is in pretty tough shape, and I have a couple of photos here that I can show you. And I'll just go through these very quickly. If you can see my pointer? All right, so here's a flat section of roof. We're missing a railing. That's on the right figure. On the left, there's another section of wooden railing and wooden shingles that are in very tough shape. On the left here again, where my pointer is, you can see that there are actually openings in the building. These three photos, I think, do a very good job of showing where I think up to this point there's been 11 raccoons, and I'm not sure how many squirrels have been removed from the building. And again, here on the right, you can see there's a substantial amount of deterioration to the soffit fascia areas, gutters. And so our architect has identified those and given us a scope of what it would cost to stabilize the building. And I will show you their cost estimate for that work here. That number is $363,887. It's not a precise number. It's their estimate of trying to predict the future, and we all know how difficult that is. I will also tell you that if you look closely at that bottom section of numbers here, we've calculated an overhead and profit of 10%, which is normal. Bonds, 1% is normal. The construction contingency of 20%, and this is to account for unknown deficiencies that we would see as we get into the building. And I can tell you from past experience, when you get into a renovation, particularly one involving a building that's been idle and of this age, we are going to run into that. So we've got a healthy amount of money in there for construction contingencies, a design contingency, and then the architect's fee to oversee, draw and monitor the project and to monitor the construction. And so the Permanent Building Committee has vetted this scope of work and these numbers with the architect. We feel that this scope is reasonable. It would, I think Mr. Germain asked earlier in the context of the middle high school, we would expect that we would not be redoing this work when the ultimate permanent work would take place. So this is an intention to invest in the building from a capital standpoint, long-term point of view. So the $1.5 million number that was estimated for the total building estimate would be less. roughly by this amount if we were to spend those funds now, and to essentially protect the building from water damage, vermin, and make it stable and safe until the town makes a decision on how to use it.
Okay, thank you, Wayne, for that. We have other members of the committee listening in as well. I would just like to then turn this conversation to the board. There was one other point I'd like to make, is that the Permanent Building Committee discussed the project as a whole, and as with other buildings that they have worked on, they are looking for direction as to what the community would like to do with this building ultimately. I think this board has had some conversation, but perhaps not enough, as to what we'd like to see the building ultimately used for. But in the meantime, I think the purpose of this conversation tonight is to determine whether or not we feel as though we should take some action. And I realize it's still a significant amount of money, but some action to maintain or stabilize this building, so that whatever we decide to do with it, and I mean whatever, that the building is still sound and has value. Because the way it's going now is, and I'm no expert on buildings, but each day the value declines because the building is compromised.
So, Mr. McCaffrey,
yes.
2 points. The Permanent Building Committee started down this path with the understanding that the town, the citizens, felt that this building was worth saving.
Right. Yes.
That this was a valuable piece of the town's history, and that we were not interested in letting it deteriorate to the point that it was no longer usable or would be demolished. We were not interested in selling it without some kind of control over the fact that its at least exterior would be historically preserved. So our feeling was that the town felt this was a valuable part of its history and wanted to preserve it. And based on that, the study undertook what that scope might be. And then I would say, irrespective of however the town might ultimately decide to use or dispose of the building, the amount that's in front of you would be necessary. This would be a cost to stabilize the building in any circumstance.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. So I would ask questions, members of the board.
Chairman McCaffrey?
Ms. Underhill?
I don't have any questions, but this is exactly what we had asked for at that previous meeting. So I wanted to thank the committee for getting this together for us. It sounds like the right direction to go in. It sounds like a lot of people value this building for its history and whatnot. And, while we're not in a place that we're ready for an enormous project, it would be good to have the ability to do something with it later. And it sounds like now's the time to act before it gets any worse.
Thank you. Mr. Germain?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I, for one, first of all, second what my colleague just said. I would like to see it stabilized. I'd like to see if there are other options available in terms of the stabilization. I respect what Mr. Klockow and his team have done. They have addressed the questions we asked, but then that's what I expect of him, because he's done that in every project that I'm aware of, so that's not a surprise. I think that we ought to, as a committee, if we decide to proceed, agree on the concept for moving forward. I don't think it hurts to make a final decision to put it off for another few weeks. I don't think that's going to be overly detrimental as we think about other options. I don't know that there are any, but I need to ponder it myself. But I would not like to see the building decay beyond where it is. And I do think it's worth stabilizing and therefore buying us time to decide where we proceed from here. So that's how I look at it at this point.
Mr. McCaffrey?
Yes, Mr. Klockow.
One point that the committee considered in regard to timing, if the town were to consider expending funds for this project in November at the next town meeting, it would not be likely that we would have a scope, put the project out to bid, get it out on the street, and actually begin doing any of the work that's contemplated here until about this time next year.
Well, let me just to comment on that as well. I mean, we're at a point now where, and whether it's this week or next week or a couple of weeks, we're up against it in terms of the May town meeting. And certainly it's possible for this to be deferred till November if we feel as though that's the best outcome. It's possible, that a special town meeting could be held sometime late summer, late spring, early summer, to address it. That's always challenging to get the number of people in a quorum. And I think that one thing we should think about in terms of this is, potentially presenting a project application to the Community Preservation Committee. I mean, this building certainly is within the purview of the CPC in terms of historic building restoration and maintenance. So I'm thinking that the possibility exists of getting some funding through CPC. If we were to do that for the May town meeting, then time is of the essence, because it would have to be presented to the CPC. They'd have to go through it. They'd have to agree to it. It may well be that there's some time, a few more weeks. But I'd like the board to consider not only, the project, but also the possibility of this board putting together a proposal to present to the Community Preservation Committee.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a reasonable request and one that needs to be done post haste.
Well, from my perspective, then, there's still time to review this and determine whether or not, when we finally get to town meeting, that we actually recommend approving this. We're kind of in a situation where if we elect to proceed and at least do a proposal to the CPC, that we're preserving our options. And honestly, during the PBC meeting, when the members of the committee were debating this issue, I was in attendance as the board's representative, and my thinking at the time was that we should defer this till November. But then, the people who know buildings made it clear to me that is really a year delay, virtually a year delay, and the building is in really tough shape. So if our objective, whatever the ultimate use of that building is, if our objective is to preserve this building intact for the future, I would recommend us putting together a proposal to the CPC, and they don't have to approve it. I mean, that's part of their process. But at this point, I think it's a reasonable thing for the board to do, to present it to the Community Preservation Committee for their consideration. Now, if we decide that we don't want to do it for the Springtown meeting, we can always withdraw it. But I mean, at this stage of the game, we're up against the timetable a little bit.
Chairman McCaffrey.
Ms. Underhill.
Speaking of up against the timetable, the CPC will, I believe, be meeting on Thursday. I think this might be a topic of conversation that would be taken up. So I guess my question is, what form is a proposal in, and is it possible to pull one together before Thursday?
My response to that is yes, I was quite aware of the fact that they will probably be meeting Thursday, or you will probably be meeting Thursday. So if we're going to pull together a proposal, I think that, frankly, 90% of the proposal is what we've already seen. We can be prepared to, I mean, there's a form to be completed, but reference out to this project description here, as well as a reference out to the original document, which describes the entire concept here. It's not this project that we'll be proposing, but it does give the Community Preservation Committee quite a bit of information on this. What my understanding is that they will ask, though, is what is the specific project we're asking them to fund, which to me is displayed here in terms of the demonstration of the need pictorially, as well as this worksheet, which gives them the costs broken down by task. And then, as I say, I would certainly, they have access to the bigger report, but I would certainly feel as though it's appropriate for this board to make sure that every member of that committee has a copy of the big study so that they can see the overall context. That would be my recommendation. Now, they don't have to allow us on their agenda. Yeah. We can make it.
Well, Chairman McCaffrey, just so I'm clear, who would do that? Should I do that?
Well, it comes from the board.
Okay.
And one option is for our member of the board, on their board, to make that request. Or if we decide somebody else will do it, you'd still be attending, but I mean,
sure.
I mean, if you're not comfortable doing it, then another member will do it. That's assuming we decide to go forward.
Yeah, I just meant the, yes, I can handle the application and everything.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Germain.
Is there any way the two of us can work together to put a presentation and put it all together as a handout to the CPC? Do we have to call a meeting each time we meet for something like this?
I would say that we will coordinate our material through the town administrator in order to facilitate the production of the document.
That's right. I know he has nothing else going on right now, so it'll be pretty easy.
It will be a pleasure, Mr.
As you know, Jermaine, it is up to the board to tell him what his priorities are.
Oh, I wouldn't presume on his priorities. I just know that he has nothing else going on right now. And I assume Mr. Klockow would be available for questions if we had any.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I think that if the board is amenable to that, then I would make a motion that the board produce a proposal for submission to the Community Preservation Committee to execute the stabilization project outlined by the PBC.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded that this board will present a proposal to the Community Preservation Committee at its earliest convenience, which will be proposal to execute the stabilization project outlined for the Lansing Millis Memorial Building. So I will poll the board on that motion. Oh, I should stop there. Any further discussion on that? Because it's, this is a matter of significance here.
I assume we're trying, if possible, to meet the Thursday deadline.
It would seem to me to be a good idea.
I can do it. I can do that. That's fine.
I think that to the extent that we give them the information that they need, that would be great. That doesn't mean they're going to act on it Thursday night, but I think we have an obligation to bring it forward to them and to be as thorough as we can be. And I'm assuming, for the sake of argument here, that the many members of the Community Preservation Committee are already familiar with the building and what we need to do for it. So it's not like it's out of whole cloth. So anyway, I will then take this vote in favor of the motion. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
That motion is carried unanimously.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Germain?
Will you also schedule a select board meeting at the same time as the Community Preservation Committee meeting so that
we could do that, yes.
Thank you.
But we don't have to.
I know we don't have to. I'm requesting if you would.
Well, we'll most likely post, assuming that the CPC agrees to post our proposal on their agenda. How about that? I have done an outreach to the chair prior to the meeting just to give him a heads up. So, Mr. Gazinski will probably be posting a meeting of the board. I assume it's 7:30 on Thursday. Is that?
I can confirm that, but we can post a meeting for the same time that their meeting begins.
Well, again, the CPC, we're taking their lead. When they're meeting next, we would like to make a presentation to them or a proposal to them. How about that?
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
as a member of the CPC, the chair there is already a placeholder at this Thursday's meeting for the select board presentation.
Very good. We're all rowing in the same direction. Thank you. Okay, so we will post a meeting of the select board so that we can attend. But we need to get our ducks in a row. We need to know. I think that from my point of view, it's Aaron will take the lead as our liaison, and we're there to answer questions. Okay. Thank you. All right. Mr. Klockow.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
I think that's, I guess I would ask, is there anything else you need of me?
I don't think so. I think this is, again, thank you for the thorough work and giving us some real options to consider here. They're not just speculative now. It's pretty close to a real project, and we'll see how far we can get with it for the the Maytown meeting. That's the goal.
Let me know how I can assist.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is there are a couple of items here on zoning bylaw proposals. I don't know if Mr. Nichols is still here, or is he here?
I'm here.
Now you're here, no longer as a member of the PBC, but as a member of the planning board. Okay.
Yes.
So go ahead and talk to us about the solar bylaw, please.
Yep. Proposal's been brought forward by an energy company and a landowner to propose an agricultural solar bylaw, which basically, if you have a certain amount of land, which I'm actually pulling up right now, you would be able to put solar in by right, and they would have to use that land for agricultural uses. So with that, I'm opening that right now.
any grouping or grouping of contiguous lots that are at least 15 acres in total area and consists of land that is primarily and directly used for agricultural purposes. So basically what this is trying to do is allow people to put solar in to help be able to fund their farming is what it really comes down to. Some of the requirements are that there are setback requirements, which were pretty standard for the other solar that we had. And also they have that the land itself is of specific agricultural use. Basically, there's a very few areas in town that this would be available to use. They would be basically agricultural land that would be able to hopefully save by allowing them to do the solar. I think that also the person who brought it forward, Doug Pope, is here. So if he wanted to add anything in on that, if you would allow him the floor, that would be great.
Sure. Mr. Pope, are you on?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Mr. McCaffrey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, my name is Doug Pope. I'm the managing director, founder of Pope Clean Energy, LLC. And we are representing Amanda Bigelow and Cornelius Moynihan at Bigelow Farm. They have expressed an interest in doing agricultural solar. They want to keep farming their property. Their primary business is grazing cattle, and they want to continue to do that. And so the agricultural solar panels will actually be 8 to 10 feet off of the grade to allow the animals to graze underneath there. This is all in compliance with the SMART regulations that are promulgated by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts through DOER. And there's an agricultural solar program. And in order for, addressing the soil types, in order to qualify, you have to have soils that are defined by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and they would be prime farmland soils, unique farmland soils, and soils of statewide importance. So that's really quite specific, and it's mapped on a Massachusetts GIS map. And typically, again, both Bigelow Farm has both prime farmland soils as well as soils of statewide importance. So this started trying to help them out, and the planning board wanted to broaden that throughout town to help other farmers. And so here we are.
And sorry, Mr. McCaffrey.
Go ahead.
To follow up on that, it's to the other properties that are eligible in the town. So it's not just site specific for this one. It is also open to the other properties that meet the criteria, which I think there's a handful of them in town.
And just a important component, there's a 50-foot buffer in the proposed zoning language, so that this will take any objections that the solar might be visible from a town-approved road or from an abutter's property. So there'll be a 50-foot tree buffer in there.
Okay, so let me just ask a couple of questions in terms of the qualitative component here. So this particular proposal was to build these consistent with the zoning bylaw would be to build these solar panels 8 to 10 feet above ground so that cattle could graze under them. But someone else could, I mean, the one you have behind you, it certainly doesn't look like it's 8 to 10 feet above ground. So that's just this particular farmer.
When this project here was built, that was 2011, and the agricultural solar concept had not been thought of by the state. And this is something that they started in 2018. 2019, 2018. It was in place 2018.
Okay.
So it's relatively new as a concept, and they're trying to encourage it.
Okay, and in terms of, I guess, the zoning bylaw, either Mr. Nichols or yourself, Mr. Pope, what would be the size allowed under this zoning bylaw? Now, that depends, of course, on the size of the parcel. But in other solar farms that have been built, we've had some concerns from abutters about the size of the array.
Well, they'd be required to have, they'd be required to have a certain amount of setbacks on there, and I would have to actually defer to Mr. Pope on that on the limit on how many solar panels they have. It had a minimum size of 250 kilowatts, but I don't know if there was a maximum.
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts restricts the size of a solar array to 5 megawatts per lot subdivided before January 1st, 2010. So at the Bigelow Farm property, they have 36 acres. Depending upon wetland mapping and what the setbacks, they'll have somewhere between 4 and 5 megawatts on that one piece that's in Millis.
Okay. Tell me about, if you can, I'm assuming these farms will be 61A property.
Well, 61A assumes that the answer should be yes, because they should be paying, should be yes. They may not be, but they should be, because I can't imagine that they would be paying full real estate in taxes in Millis and supporting the farm at the same time. Yeah.
If they don't have to, they won't. All right, but this is now this leads to my question, okay? In terms of 61A, what happens when the property, at some point, if it does, the property owner decides that they want to sell this land to a developer? Now, the town retains its rights to 61A in that case. What is the outcome for the solar panels then? Or is that something that...
Well, there would be a, say, let's assume for the moment that this is as liquid as real estate is, this would be, they could sell the property. But when they sell the property, we would have as the lease is currently written, we would have a 25-year lease with 2 5-year renewals. So once we come to the town, we tell the town what to do, and they waive the 61A requirement, but it's still 61A, you'd still be protected.
Okay. And what is, if you could add a way of answering this question, what is the community's ability to tax the property now? Now, this is more like personal property rather than real estate.
Yes. Now, so I will, if we are successful, and my firm will be coming to you to approach the selectmen to speak about a pilot, payment in lieu of taxes.
Right.
And we will negotiate a pilot agreement. That a pilot agreement will be good for 25 years. We may negotiate what happens if it extends to 5-year renewals. And that's so the land will, now let me just, I'm not an attorney. Let me just mention that we may, I don't know what the Department of Revenue might say, so I can't represent what they will or will not do. But if they, our thought is we go to the town, the property would remain in 61A, and we would agree with the town to pay a pilot for the personal property equipment on the property. That's the way, the preferred method to do it. Whether we're forced to take it out of 61A and put it back in, I don't know.
Right. My point is there's another revenue opportunity for the town.
Absolutely.
Based upon the development of a solar farm, which we already have some other areas, and we have actually a pilot agreement on the warrant this year for another property. All right.
Mr. Chairman, one more thing also, that does maintain that property also from development. So it keeps it at this point in time, either could be viable farmland or it doesn't have 30 some odd houses going up on it.
Right. Questions from my colleagues on the board? Mr. Germain?
Just a quick question. This is relatively new, but as he pointed out, putting them, I'll call it on stilts, 8 to 10 feet up in the air, which I kind of like as an idea, but that says the abutters suddenly, where it would normally be at ground level and it might not be quite as visible, something 8 or 10 feet up in the air, there's no way it's not going to be visible. Have you had any feedback on this from places where this has been installed and what the abutters think about it?
This is, again, a fairly new concept in Massachusetts, and I'm not aware of any that have been installed yet. There may have been, or they may just be installed as we speak, so I don't have any experience personally with regards to what other people have thought. But when we were just speaking with the planning board, that's why we put in the 50-foot tree buffer, because we do expect the panels to be up and within a normal sight line. But that's why we put in the 50-foot tree buffer. So, like along the, depending upon where we place the panels on the Bigelow Farm property, we would be, we would be planting trees along the road in a 50-foot wide swath to provide that visual sightline buffer. So that's how we tried to deal with the objection that you might be referring to.
Well, I bringing it up, I happen to like the whole idea, don't get me wrong, I'm concerned about abutters and what they might think, so, okay, that's a start. Mr. McCaffrey, you're muted.
Another excellent use of my time, muting myself. So from the planning board's point of view, what is it you want us to do tonight?
We're looking to get this onto the town meeting agenda.
So place it on the warrant, and you, okay. So, I think what we'll do with that is, now we know what you'd like. We have another another agenda item further down the road. No, maybe what we'll do is, let's just take a motion to instruct the town administrator to put this on the warrant. And then when we get to open the warrant again, we'll place it in there then. So could I get a motion to direct placement of this zoning bylaw proposal on the warrant?
I move that we direct the town administrator to place the proposal for the solar bylaw on the warrant.
I'll second that for the large-scale ground-mounted solar volcanic installation bylaw.
Thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Nicole Riley, Planning Board.
Yes, ma'am.
We do need you to vote today to send it back to the Planning Board for the final open hearing.
Okay, so we'll amend the motion.
Excuse me, the final.
Go ahead.
So that we can have a public hearing. We've had our hearing just on the board, but we have not held a public hearing yet.
Okay. So we'll amend the motion to place the article on the warrant and to send it back to the planning board for a hearing.
Second that.
So it's been moved and seconded. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried. So we will direct the correspondence to go back to the planning board for the hearing prior to town meeting. So the next item is another zoning bylaw. This one actually is coming from the select board. Just very briefly, we had a conversation, the board has had a conversation with respect to the marijuana zoning for marijuana establishments. We concluded at one of our prior meetings that the board would favor a zoning bylaw amendment which would put similar restrictions on the placement of a marijuana courier or delivery operator, which was a type of marijuana, same physical location requirements that exist for other marijuana establishments. The town council advised that it would probably be prudent to list these two new establishment types as businesses in the zoning bylaw, so that we would have appropriate regulatory framework if one of these businesses sought to come to the town. So we've been given that information, and basically it's an amendment to the special permit conditions relative to recreational marijuana establishments, and it's in the material that we see. And again, what's changing here is an addition of two different kinds of businesses which were not contemplated or did not exist when we adopted the bylaw a couple of years ago. So any questions, comments from the board members? So this basically does what we asked them to do, town council did. Now, technically, what does the planning board need us to do? Just to send it over, or send it over and asking for a hearing to be held?
I would say send it over to Camille, and she can determine what the best process would be.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Nicole Riley, Planning Board. Again, if this is a bylaw that the select board is going to want on the warrant, then your board has to make a recommendation to send it back to planning board to hold a public hearing.
Okay, so our motion then would be to place this article on the warrant and to send the article back to the planning board for a hearing on the zoning bylaw relative to recreational marijuana establishments, or the amended bylaw.
Second, as noted.
So it's been moved and seconded. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion's carried unanimously. And thank you very much to the members of the planning board for attending. We came close to, well, we came within an hour of the assigned time anyway, which is a real record for us, frankly. So again, to Ms. Riley and Mr. Nichols, thanks very much for attending tonight.
Great, thank you.
Next item we have on our agenda is language for, approval of the gasoline and diesel pricing. Is Mr. Weiss on?
Yes, hi, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
I was so involved I forgot to unmute myself. I'm sorry. Well, good. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and members of the board. Robert Weiss, Energy Manager for the town. And every year we purchase gasoline and diesel fuel through the Norfolk County consortium, joining with other towns that makes the purchase of our fuels most affordable. So this evening I wish to present to the board, ask the board to vote on signing a contract that would be with Global Montello Group, as we usually do. We are looking at, the contract would start this September 1st and run through the end of next August. So we're asking tonight, we're looking at a price of $2.56 a gallon for unleaded fuel, and for gasoline, and for $2.58 for diesel. And we're asking that since we won't be able to sign this, get this all signed for a few days, there is some, and the offer was made last Friday, there may be some volatility involved here, so we're asking for a window allow us to look at no more than 5 cents per gallon each.
Okay, and this is for the period September 1 through August 31 of 2022, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Questions from the board? I mean, I don't know much about commodities, but this looks like a pretty good deal right now. Because gas prices are not going down, that's for sure.
Right. Last year, the same thing happened, and I think we were at just around $2.05 a gallon right now till the end of the summer, so that's pretty good.
Okay.
And same thing for this year.
Questions from the board or a motion?
I move that we approve a one-year contract to purchase gasoline through the Norfolk County Consortium at the price of $2.56 per gallon and diesel fuel at the price of $2.58 per gallon, with a window to allow for an increase of no more than 5 cents per gallon. The contract would be in effect from September 1st, 2021 until August 31st, 2022.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the pricing with Norfolk County Consortium for $2.56 a gallon for gasoline and $2.58 a gallon for diesel fuel, with the increase of no more than 5 cents a gallon from the period September 1 of 2021 to August 31 of 2022. Any further discussion? I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Weiss. We appreciate it. Okay, next item on the agenda is the discussion of appointment of special counsel with respect to a potential PFAS litigation. Mr. Kaczynski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the board is aware, PFAS has become a major issue for the community over the past year. One of the issues surrounding that is the causes of the PFAS and possible liability to different parties in regards to that. And seeing that this is such an important issue and has a wide scope, it has been recommended by our town council that we seek an outside specialist in PFAS litigation to look at these matters and to assist the town moving forward. So having said that, we have contacted a firm to discuss this with you this evening. We have Mr. Curtis Connor from Giarusso, Norton Cooley in McClone, PC, which has provided a proposal to the town, and I believe that Mr. Connors will be reviewing that with you this evening. I've also asked our town council, Jay Tallerman, to be on the line to also ask questions and answer questions in regards to this, and for the board to be able to discuss this matter and see what our next steps are moving forward.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Tallerman or Mr. Connors, which of you would like to speak to the board regarding this proposal?
I will let Kurt kind of explain the proposal. We felt that it'd be best. These things are so complex, and while we could give some basic advice, and while we want to maintain a connection to these issues to help provide advice to your board and to the town, we really think it's worthwhile to have a firm with expertise on this kind of environmental cost recovery type of issue to lead you. With that, I'll let Kurt chat with you a little bit.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Tallerman, and I appreciate you having us on tonight. Mr. Chairman and members of the Select Board, I'm joined tonight by Michael Campanelle from our firm as well. We would be the two people who would be primarily working on the project. And as the town knows, you have identified PFAS exceedances in the public water supply, and you're in the process working with Kleinfelder to build a new water treatment plant. And we've discussed with town council, the town administrator, and DPW director McKay, how we could assist the town in looking to recover costs associated with all that work. We provided a formal proposal to the town, kind of laying out the investigation as we see it, as it would be very iterative, that we would be working with town council to see what's the next step and what the budget is established for it. We're really looking at a 4 to 6 month process where we would work with the town to review its own records as well as DEP's records, but primarily looking for target entities, probably former industrial entities within the town, and looking at their viability and how we might be able to bring cost recovery actions or at least negotiations on the town's behalf, but really before jumping to that, focusing on the investigatory phase, tracking the costs that the town is incurring and looking at how and from whom we could recover those costs. And since the time that we sent our proposal at the end of February, Building Materials Corporation, one of the formerly GAF, one of the entities that DEP has tasked with doing additional PFAS investigations, has provided a plan of work that they're doing, but as part of their plan, they made very clear that they consider the town as the liable party for that PFAS contamination in its own wells. So there's been somewhat of a development since the last time we even spoke with the town. So I think at this point we're looking at a combined offense and defense strategy that we would coordinate with Attorney Tellerman and his firm to both, look at the targets, think about how we would pursue them, and under Chapter 21E, there's a mandatory demand process which makes it much, I won't say easier, but it forces the parties to have a discussion before litigation. So there could be several steps in this process, and it's not necessarily a decision of go or no go. There will be several checkpoints along the way. So we came tonight to make sure that we could address any questions that the board may have this evening, and also in case the town administrator, DPW director, or anyone else had identified any other areas that we could help explain before we go forward. The only other thing we added in our notes is that this is what our firm primarily does, is 21E work, also Superfund work at the federal level. We're familiar with the DEP. So we are familiar with several of the DEP people involved, including Mary Chu Pigsley and Jim McQuaid. And so we feel that our firm has the skill set to help the town forward in this, again, now offensive and defensive position. And be happy to answer any questions at this point.
I'll just ask a question or two, and then I'll ask my colleagues if they have things that they'd like to add. So there is a question I have really isn't related to the comment you made about, I'll say, quote unquote, a new development, which is a position taken by the, I guess, the property owner of the GAF property. Is that, whatever's going to happen with respect to that, is that part of this proposal, or is, because the letter we have is February 24th, which is just a couple weeks ago. Is there anything different?
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So since we sent the letter on February 24th, I think it was March 8th is when GAF, or Building Materials Manufacturing Corporation, was required to submit its remedial plan for what additional testing, would be done at the property. And in it, they made clear, there was even a letter from Councilman Slevin that said, we are doing this voluntarily under protest, and that because we believe, and they think that DEP believes, that these extremely high levels of contamination came from a single fire and the aqueous foam that the fire department may have used at that time. And so that seems to be their allegation against the town. And that was not something, at least I was personally aware of, that GAF was pushing as an issue. You know, obviously they're a textile manufacturer. They use adhesives that are you know, designed to be water resistant, and that's exactly the kind of thing that PFAS you often find in those types of materials. That doesn't mean that we know for sure that they were using those materials. That would be part of the investigation, short of discovery, is trying to find out more about not just that entity, but also the former Herman Shoe facility, and their results for their next round of testing, I think, are not due until March 31st, if I'm correct. So there's you know, I guess another shoe to drop, if you will, from that entity. So again, it's not necessarily the town versus GAF. It was intended to be the town looking at all of its options, but GAF has kind of teed it up a little bit as the town versus GAF. So that's something new that we would certainly want to review in some more detail. But our budget did take into account some of these side issues, you know, detours, if you will, anticipating, you know, these not just PFAS sites, but the 21E sites in general. It can be complex, multi-party, and so we tried to take that into account in looking at several different variables and the types of work that we may help the town with during this, you know, we're calling it a 4 to 6 month phase, but it's whatever the phase needs to be.
Okay. All right. Well, obviously this is a big problem for us. It's a big problem for our community and the water and whatnot. It's important for us to maintain the position of the town as forcefully as we can, and not to. I mean, we're going into the big leagues here. Maybe we're already in the big leagues, so we need to make sure we have somebody who can throw a curveball, a slider, and a fastball. That presumably is you, right?
Yes, I mean 21E is what we do for the major part of our practice, and again, Superfund, which is the federal version of 21E. We defend parties, but we also do a number of cost recovery actions on behalf of, you know, performing parties at Superfund sites, in addition to 21E. So this is something we've done many times before, but again, the advantage of 21E is that it has this mandatory demand and engagement process, which for an entity like the town can be extremely helpful in fleshing out the issues with, you know, the party that at that point we would have concluded is the source or a source. There could be multiple sources of this contamination because it's, you know, it's so ubiquitous.
Okay, well, all right. I certainly understand, I think, what you're proposing. Questions from my colleagues?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Germain?
Other than I just shut off my video and everything, I'm doing great this evening. I do have a couple of questions. We've had high tests in a number of our wells, not just the ones that are in proximity, if you will, to where supposedly some of this chemical may have come from. And a number of these wells, as I understand it, could be looked at as getting water and the water table associated with the Charles River or whatever. So just as a hypothetical, if in fact you look at some of those other wells and we say, yeah, they're also approaching the point where we have to begin filtering appropriately, and it turns out that the best we can do is to track it to the Charles River, what right recourse is there under that scenario?
In that scenario, if that's the only scenario that it's coming from the river, I mean, I have Superfund sites like that, and unless there's a facility upstream that you can point to pretty handily, that can be difficult to pursue cost recovery, as you might imagine in that situation. And sometimes it is possible, but you've already got commingled elements from a number of facilities, but every once in a while there's kind of a hotspot type facility that you could point up to just you know, upstream from the Charles, but that would really have to be the case.
I bring that up because I am concerned about the way in which our water analysis has shown certain types of results. And in some cases, I'd be hard pressed to even think that they're coming from the sources that are identified with GAF or whatever. So that's why I am concerned in that regard and what you could do. What is your familiarity of trying to work with not just DEP, but state representatives and others on our behalf?
We've worked a lot with DEP. I'll be honest with you, more often than not, we're on defense. I know Mary Jude Pigsley quite well from defending against a number of actions. So we do have relationships with them, and I think we would have the ability to capitalize on at least being able to have conversations with them. I know the town has its own resources, and we could certainly try and work with the town to put our best foot forward and look at what options may be available. But it is difficult because this is happening everywhere, across the nation. But in Massachusetts, my understanding is that Millis went voluntarily, a few months or a little bit early the time frame in which it was required. But ultimately, all municipalities that have their own public water supply are going to have to do this testing, and so it is coming up everywhere. So maybe there's a legislative solution, but if it is, I would imagine that it's going to be a very broad one and not community specific. But I think there are ways we could work together to try and bring the town's concerns and raise the visibility of the, I think it's $3 to $5 million that you're looking at for your new water treatment facility. And I understand the scale of that for a town like Millis.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't have any questions, thanks.
So the recommendation from town administrator is to consider appointing this firm as special counsel for PFAS-related matters. I guess that, but we get to define the scope of what we want you to do. I mean, my colleague was really referring to the fact that, his earlier comments, that we believe that for our community, this is going to be a multi-dimensional activity, not only with respect to finding the source of the contamination, but also seeking funding to assist our basically ratepayers in creating filtration and whatnot, mitigation strategies to make the water meet the standards. So, is your firm really looking at what I would call, private litigation rather than us challenging the DEP, or what's your experience on that? I mean, because we believe that we've got some things going on here that maybe the DEP is not at fault, but is not being our friend, so to speak.
Well, yeah, I understand when they're targeting, putting out fires over industry. That makes it difficult. We are primarily a litigation firm. We do have have and connections, and we've been able to enter into all kinds of agreements and settlements with DEP. I've sued DEP for a client when we believed that they were wrong. So the door is open to be able to communicate with them, but I wouldn't say that we're a legislative firm. That's not our specialty. Our specialty is litigation and cost recovery specifically, and the scope that we had discussed, and it could be adjusted, was really looking at the cost recovery element of the costs for the new facility, but also any prior costs that the town's been incurring related to, I think you're doing aeration on some of the wells even before all of this came up. So I think we could discuss adjustments. We said at this point that we were not being engaged to discuss property damage claims or anything along those lines. The focus was really, you got to spend millions of dollars to replace this water infrastructure, and how can we help you look at the parties that might be able to help pay for that and have responsibility for that.
Okay. I assume that as this goes on, there's monthly billing, right?
Yes.
So we have a way of monitoring the cost on a regular basis.
Yes, and I would anticipate being in regular communication with, whether it winds up being the town administrator or through town council, however we think is the best way to manage it.
Right.
I think there's certainly going to be, here's what we think we need to do next, and,
right.
And a level of agreement that makes sense.
Okay. Any other questions from the board members? So then what we're being asked to do is to take a motion to appoint Jeruso, Norton, Cooley, and McClone as special counsel to the town of Millis relating to it's PFAS, I guess it's PFAS litigation matters. Is that fair to say?
I call it PFAS cost recovery.
Cost recovery matters, okay.
Prefer to avoid litigation.
Yeah, me too. But I would like the cost recover too. So I'll make the motion that the board appoint your firm as special counsel for PFAS cost recovery matters, working with our town council and our town administrator to coordinate activity.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
I wanted to make a comment before I cast my vote.
All right.
I'm concerned that we understand what they're doing and that it's understood that they don't be taking action in advance of any go-ahead on our part, be that from the town administrator, whomever they're actually taking their direction. I don't want to find out after the fact on anything that, okay, we've suddenly incurred legal costs or otherwise in this matter. I think that would be a very difficult situation to put us in. So with that as an understanding, I'm willing to cast my vote as yes.
Okay, the reason I included the coordination with town council and town administrator was to have a mechanism for doing that, so I agree. This is not a blank check. We're working together. So I have voted yes. Mr. Germain, yes. Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
That motion is carried unanimously. So thank you very much. Is there anything else that we need to send to you, or do we just send an agreement to the proposal? How are we going to deal with the documentation here?
Why don't we come up with an agreement, and I'll send it to Mr. Talman.
Okay, very good.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
We're looking forward to a very a mutually satisfying relationship.
We'll be hearing from us soon.
Where we get more than you do. Okay.
All right, we look forward to working with the town. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next item on our agenda, since we're on the PFAS roll here, is an item with respect to the PFAS design grant and the approval of the contract with Kleinfelder. There's actually another issue here that we will discuss for a moment with respect to correspondence that we received from the DEP. We had, of course, forwarded a letter to DEP indicating that we had some concerns with the position they were taking with respect to testing, with respect to standards, with respect to costs that are being incurred by communities. We received a letter back from the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection, which I'll just say was not particularly responsive. And the Commissioner did offer to have a meeting with the Select Board to further discuss this item. So I would suggest to the board that we instruct the town administrator to respond that yes, we would like a meeting, that we feel as though we have further issues to bring before the folks at the DEP, and that we continue this process of trying to find additional solutions in terms of what we're being required to do by regulations of the Department of Environmental Protection. And there's a twofold thing here, really. It's one is, what is the standard, and is it the right standard? And the other is, and this is, I'm just speaking for myself now, a wholly inadequate effort by the Commonwealth to assist cities and towns in bearing the cost for remediation. The commissioner cites a letter where there's an amount of money available, which if we had to go and get the money from the Commonwealth, we alone would use 40% of it. So it's obviously well inadequate. Anyway, I think it behooves us to respond and say, yes, we would like to meet with the commissioner and his staff to go over this. And I would ask that we would tell them that we would like to have perhaps our state legislators participate in that meeting. We have someone who's out there with their mic open. If you're not speaking, would you please mute your mic so that we don't hear feedback? Thank you, Mr. Germain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the analysis you've made regarding the letter, which was quite disheartening from my perspective. I have talked with at least one of our state reps. They are familiar with the issue. They know it's coming up in spades. I don't think they were quite prepared for the costs associated with remediation. They're now a little more aware of what those costs are likely to be. And I think there's going to have to be a great deal more discussion with them and ultimately the DEP in this regard. There was also discussion, just so you're aware, of the meaning of what we're looking at, the severity of the issue, the alternatives, none of which are particularly well defined at this time. And that's a concern on all sides. So there's a great deal that is going on that's fluid, if you will, at this moment. And I would absolutely concur with your analysis that I would look forward to a meeting that includes the DEP and potentially our state reps in the process. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, I think we will take the effort to try and respond. I mean, in fairness, the letter from the commissioner was responsive. It doesn't solve our problem. He did offer to meet with us. So I think at the very least we should, because of our views of the severity of the issue, we should take him up on that. And then, of course, when we have the meeting, we should be thoughtful in the way we approach it. It's not just guns blazing, but let's try to work with them to see if there's a way for them to work with us. And while we recognize that we've been the recipient of grants from the DEP, which we're very appreciative of, there's just not enough funding available for this problem, which ultimately, it seems to me, is going to end up with the legislature eventually, because they're going to have to come up with something. Anyway, so Mr. Kaczynski, if you could work with, I guess I'll take point on this, to draft a letter and see if we can get a meeting with them and include certainly our state rep, and ask our superintendent to work with the DPW superintendent to work with us to participate. I'm not sure that I don't think we're gonna want to bring our engineer into this, because it's a policy question more than anything else, but in any event. Okay.
Very well.
The next item, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said very well. We can, if you'd like, you and I can talk tomorrow about coordinating the letter.
Okay. All right, but the item that we need to take action on tonight is with respect to the design grant. Now we're going to thank the DEP for its grant. I don't want to be viewed as ungrateful, because this is a very important opportunity for us to get rolling on this. So Mr. McKay, I think you're on the line.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. My job isn't political. My job is to make sure that we give the best quality water for the town of Millis. And in that, back in September of last year, actually in June of last year, we applied for the first phase of a grant. And in that grant, it was a scope of work that was provided for the DEP to look through and find the scope of what's the best treatment options we have for our wells 1 and 2 George D'Angelo's plant. The plant at that time did not exceed the 20 parts per trillion, so that we did not receive the grant at that time. Right away in December, when the first round was announced, in September we found out that our wells 1 and 2, the D'Angelo's plant, exceeded the 20 parts per trillion. So we immediately followed up with a second phase for the grant. There was long waiting in 17 communities, and Millis was one of the 17 communities that was lucky to receive that grant, because there was a lot more than 17 communities that applied for that grant. And I think I would ask the select board if they would take their time and look at the scope of how that grant was awarded. And it was a lot of hard work on people, the town administrator, myself, our engineering firm, with follow-up phone calls, emails to the director of the Central Regional Office to ensure that Millis would receive this grant of $197,990. Where does that put us today? I would ask that the board would approve that, that we would accept that grant, because you have to do that, so we can move forward. And in the scope of work, we would ask you that it was provided by Kleinfelder, and that scope of work was reviewed by the DEP, and they agreed upon that. So we'd ask that if you could sign the contract, or have the town administrator sign the contract for that scope of work, and those funds will be turned, that $197,900 will be turned over with the town's oversight, to Kleinfelder. And the scope of work's been out there since last June. It's been provided to the select board, to the finance committee, to the capital planning committee, and it's been online for all the public to review it. So where does that get us today? So this will get us to a 30% design phase for the D'Angelo's plant. And what we would do is we would ask that we leave 2 articles on for the May town meeting. One would be for $200,000, which would bring us from, and we could talk about that at a further date and get into more detail. But so the public know, because the public saw this article in the Globe, so they are calling up today. There will be an article in the Millis Medway paper that Millis did get it, that we did receive this grant. So people are calling up and asking, where are these funds going to go, and what are we going to do with it, and what's the next step? The legal aspect of it, I think, is very important, and I'll leave that up to and participate in whatever needs to be done with that. But again, my job is to make sure that we get this treatment plant up and running as soon as possible. So at the Maytown meeting, we will be asking for $200,000 to complete that phase of design for the D'Angelo's plant, and hopefully by November, we would be able to put something out on the street for bid for that treatment plant to be built. And hopefully by this time next year, the plant will be ready to be, maybe not operational, but we'll be actually building it at this time. So again, that's and one question a person did ask today, is the water safe to drink? The water coming out of all the wells are below the 20 parts per trillion. Each well, we test 2 wells monthly, and the other 2 wells are tested quarterly. And those reports, once we get the tests, are put online, and they're on the Millis website under PFAS. So I really think this is great news. This puts us ahead of where I thought we would have been before we knew we were going to get this grant. And again, I'd like to thank the Mass DEP, and the people are you know, the regional director and the drinking water director at the Central Regional Office, because I know they participated and used in Millis's best interest. They put Millis forward, and I think it was only two communities in their district that actually received one of these grants.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Kaczynski, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd actually like to just congratulate the DPW director. He did most of the work and working with the assistance of Kleinfelder of putting this grant application together and submitting it. So I do fully agree that it's a great thing for the town to have that grant so we can take the next step. And just also wanted to explain the reason why this is moving so fast. In front of you this evening is the DEP has informed us that this 30% design project has to be completed by June 30th because the funds are part of an annual appropriation by the state. So we're going to be coming up on the very end of this. So we do need to move forward with this right away. That's why we're recommending moving forward tonight and asking the board to approve and authorize me to sign a contract with Kleinfelder so they can begin this week on the project. Thank you.
I would just comment that, yes, I agree with the town administrator, and I want to thank Mr. McKay and the Kleinfelder folks for working hard on the grant. Too often we take for granted, if you will, all the work that went into it, and we just celebrate the grant, but it is a great step forward for our community to be acting on this area that really is a public health issue that we want to continue to stay on top of. So, and I understand the urgency of it to get going, but my only question to you and to Mr. McKay or anyone from Kleinfelder, are they comfortable they can actually get this done by June 30th?
I think Kirsten can answer that best.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. Congratulations on your grant. Yeah, I also think, speak to the schedule in a moment. I just want to comment that, you know, the town is being proactive on this issue. That's going to benefit you in the long run because other communities that have waited until, you know, testing must begin for other communities of your size in April. And it's going to be, you know, sort of a mad scramble to get these plants built. So just more demand on DEP's time, on vendors' time. So getting out ahead of it is I think, beneficial to the town. As far as schedule, it is a tight schedule, but I have already worked out how we're going to do things sequentially. I've already, you know, talked to the piloting contractor, made sure he's penciled us into his schedule, and he already has time reserved for the piloting in May. So, you know, it's going to take sort of all hands on deck here, but we can definitely do it. You know, we've done things like this before. We'll have, you know, we've already got our sub-consultants, giving them a heads up, getting them lined up, starting to make calls, get everybody's ducks in a row so that we can hit the ground running tomorrow or as soon as possible.
Early in the morning?
Yes.
Well, we have many donut shops now. I mean, we got them everywhere. We got a new one too.
Fabulous.
Donuts and coffee. All right. Thank you.
That's what we run on.
Questions from the board? Mr. Germain.
Yes, Mr. McCaffrey. Question has to do with, in the process of doing this, is there coordination taking place with our state reps, or is that something that we as the board ought to be pursuing? And this is more something I'm asking you than anyone else at this point.
I'm sorry, are you asking me?
No, actually I'm asking the chairman of our select board.
Well, okay. I mean, I think that we're asking these folks to do a technical job.
Right.
And, you know, to the extent that we want to share the results with our state reps, that's good, because what it does is it reinforces the scope of what we're up against. So I'm happy to, you know, share with them what we are learning as we go forward. Because the thing we could discover, obviously, going down the road is as we spend this upfront money for design, you know, that the ballpark quotes we're having for the actual projects were inadequate. And so we need to, I think from my perspective, I agree with Kirsten's comment and Mr. McKay's comment. We have to show our reps and the DEP that we're serious about addressing the problem, because we are. Mm-hmm. What we're looking for is a little bit of wiggle room here so that we can get some help. And that's kind of what I look at as our objective. So I don't, unless one of our reps says they want to know copied in on the technical information, I'm not sure that that's something that's of interest to them, but maybe it is.
I'm not certain they're too interested in the technical information other than from an executive overview, but I do know they are keeping track of what's going on. They, at least one of them, from what he said, both of them were very much involved in making sure we got that grant.
Okay.
And that was good to hear. But I think it's an obligation on our part, and that's why I wasn't so much asking Kirsten or anyone else but you how we want to keep them informed so that everybody's up to speed. Certainly I don't expect them or us to understand all the technical details.
Right.
Of this.
If I could
go ahead.
Comment.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I spoke to all three, the state senator and the both representative. They've both called, congratulate that we got this grant. They know we got it, and we just don't get all these grants in Millis because people like the name Millis. We have very strong representatives that assist us in getting all these grants, whether it be we've gotten 6 grants totaling almost $750,000, and it came through their support. And they know, and they've been advised that they knew we got this grant because they call me up on it.
Good.
I could also just offer that, the outcome of this 30% design is going to be a preliminary design report, a technical memorandum that, we have in our scope to present the draft deliverable at one of these meetings. The remainder of our meetings are focused on just ongoing, meetings with DPW, with Ron, and with Jim. Because we're going to need to put our noses down and just barrel through on the technical stuff. But when we have that draft deliverable, it's going to be a good product to share with, the elected officials. And the outcome of that will also be within that design report, a more refined estimate of the capital cost.
Okay, good. All right, so what we need to do as a board is we need to accept the grant, and we need to direct the town administrator to sign the contract with Kleinfelder to execute the project. So is there a motion to do one or both?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Germain.
I move that we accept the grant from the DEP in the amount of $197,990 and direct the town administrator to sign the contract with Kleinfelder in that same amount for the phase of the project that they've identified on the water PFAS treatment grant round 2 from Mass DEP.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded for the town of Millis to accept the grant and to execute the contract, have the town administrator execute the contract with Kleinfelder in the amount of $197,990 to complete phase 1 of the round 2 PFAS treatment plant grant. So with that said, I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
That motion is carried unanimously. And again, thank you to Jim, thank you to Kirsten and the team. And we look forward to hearing the results of the study at the appropriate time. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Have a good evening, everybody.
Okay, the next item we have on our agenda is, again, an open discussion by the board, the potential acquisition of the property at Village Street. We've had this conversation, we've had a hearing, we've had a conversation about it. We will, just make a determination either tonight or next week as to whether and how to include an article in the warrant for the town meeting to consider whether or not it wants to exercise the 61A option to buy this property. So at this stage of the game, I think that I would like to ask if any board members want to make a comment further to the thought process. Before we do that, I would like to make it clear to folks that we continue to get emails and comments and whatnot from people who live in Millis. They're very interested in this issue. Number one is we greatly appreciate their contacting us and stating their views on the acquisition of the property, both for and against. It's through the active participation of all of our residents that we come out with the best answer. So again, I want to encourage people to reach out and contact us. We're doing everything we can to make sure that every member of this board sees every email that is received and every comment that we get, so that we can all consider all of the factors as we move forward in considering this important issue. So with that said, I'll ask first if there's anybody from the board who'd like to make a comment on the land acquisition proposal. Mr. Germain?
Mr. Chairman, like you, I've received quite a number of comments over the last couple of weeks, to be fair, on both sides, some favoring, some not. It's interesting to me, some of the issues being brought up. There's been a lot of comment about the maintenance of open space and comments regarding the fact that depending upon if the land were to be purchased, how it purchased, such that options are kept open. So I'm receiving comments along those lines. I've also had comments back and forth on tax opportunities and so on if the land were sold. Issues regarding sewers if the land were sold. So there are a whole series of comments that I've been thinking about. I'm not going to comment myself at this point as to taking any final position, although I have to admit I'm beginning to get to a position. And I do appreciate these comments. Please keep them coming, because they force me to think through the issues on a regular basis. Sorry to take so much time.
Chairman McCaffrey?
Yes, Ms. Underhill.
I concur with Pete. I've received plenty of emails so far, both for and against. Similar arguments, because we probably see all the same emails. But more recently, a lot of the arguments in favor of purchasing the land really centered around open space and keeping more open space in Millis. So it's been very interesting. I've definitely seen a lot of pros and a lot of cons each way. But I do want to thank everyone for reaching out, and I've tried to respond to each person that's emailed.
Thank you. I know we have a number of people on the call. I'd like to ask if there's anyone out there who'd like to address the board this evening. Again, this evening is for conversation rather than final decision. And I should point out that assuming that this ends up on the warrant, the decision is made by the town meeting. That's what's actually going to happen. Because the select board is making a recommendation which doesn't get executed unless it's approved by town meeting. So anyone out there who, again, would like to speak to this issue this evening?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Bob Fox, the developer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And if you have a couple of minutes, I have not spoken yet about this. And I'm not going to discuss all the political back and forth in town. That's the town's issue. My issue is that If we lose the land, that's fine with me. That's the way the town's bylaws are written. You have the right to do that. And what I would like to do is let you know that I would share all of our due diligence thus far, give it to the town. We have done a significant amount of engineering. We did some wetland study. We've done a title report and a couple of other things that we would, if the town does buy the land, we would provide to the town at no cost. I think that there's more due diligence. There is more due diligence to be done on the land, and you should be aware of that if you purchase it. We have not completed the wetland, and there's a significant amount of wetland on the property, and depending on what your use is going to be, that's going to be a major factor. I don't know what you. I think you talked about doing putting ball fields in, etc. I think it's important that you know how much land you have available to use. We have not done an environmental study on the property. That's a requirement that, this is not a virgin piece of land. This was a poultry processing operation for many years. And under our LSP, engineers tell us that we have to get an environmental report done on the property, and I don't expect any major problems. I mean, I'm not saying that this to alarm anybody. I don't expect a problem, but it's a process that we have to go through, and I think the town would have to go through at some point. There was also a spill on an abutter's property, an environmental spill that was reported to the DEP 12 years ago and was resolved. This property is down gradient from the property. Again, I don't think it's a big deal, but it's a process that we as developers have to go through. And if the town buys the property, they should be, cognizant of any of the risks that go with it, and really should do testing too. I just think it's a responsibility to the town. Again, you haven't made a decision yet, but I think I would like to propose to the town that, and if you haven't decided yet, you said it'd be another week. I've talked to Dan Merrick, and we'd be happy to sit down with maybe one or two representatives for the town and lay out a plan for you. I haven't seen any sketches or any plans. The way I see this is you're buying the property as is, and you're going to figure out what you're going to do later. Have you done any plans or layouts of this site, Mr. Chairman? Do you know?
I do know. The answer is no.
Oh, okay. So I would be willing to volunteer with Dan to sit down with, maybe Jim McKay and somebody from the planning board, and let's see what you can do on the land. I think that's important. And we could do it pretty quick because there is a stream that runs through it. And if it's a perennial stream, there's a 200-foot buffer on either side of the stream. It takes away almost 9 or 10 acres. Excuse me. But I think you should know what you're going to at least help you out in your plan and however you propose it to the town meeting. The final thing, the final thing is, and I had Ted Cannon look this up for us today. There are restrictions that you should be aware of what you can do on a public, in a residential zone, in the zoning bylaws. And the town council, you should bring town council in on it to evaluate what you plan on doing, so that when you do buy it, you can, go forward and do what you want to do without being restricted. Excuse me. So I'm here, hat in hand. I really, the town has been good to me. I think you have the best staff. I've been doing this for 40 years, Mr. Chairman. Town of Millis has the best employees in town hall, the best staff. They're willing. They want to help, I don't see any big egos there that I find in a lot of towns, and the boards go by the rules. And that's important for a developer. We follow the rules, and that's all we have to guide us. We spend a lot of money, risk money on towns based on their rules. And so the town's been good to me. I really want to help you out with this property. And whatever I can do to make it easier for you and to help you make your decision, I'm available. That's it.
Thank you very much for that offer. I think that you will find that we'll take you up on that offer.
Okay.
And because anything we can learn about the property just helps us, as you say, in our decision making and in the presentation of whatever we're going to do to our community. And I think that would be very valuable at this point. And we'll work through the town administrator, be our point person, to see if we can set up a time for, a few dedicated hours, I suppose, to go over this material. Because I do think it's important, and I really do appreciate the offer. I think it's going to be very valuable to us.
Yeah, I had a good conversation with Dan Merricken today about it. He's anxious to sit down and sketch plans out for you for whatever ideas you have.
Right.
Yeah.
Very good. Any other comment from the board members? Are they amenable to having us set up some kind of a dialogue here with Mr. Fox and his folks?
Chairman McCaffrey?
Yes.
It does sound like a very generous offer. I don't think having a discussion would harm anything. And if there's more understanding of the land, that sounds like that would be helpful.
Mr. Germain? Yes.
I concur with my colleague. Dialogue is always good, and it's in the best interest of keeping information going to the town as well as to the board.
Very good. Thank you. Anyone else would like to address the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Schultz.
Yeah, I'd like to say I support the purchase of the land by the town. I'm a fan of open space for a lot of reasons. I don't know what the future holds for that parcel of land, but there's so few parcels under the town control at this point that to pass up on one of this size with the potential needs of the future, I don't look at it as a solution for today or even 5 years from now. I'm looking at it as banking the land for future consideration in 10 or 15 years if needed. That's why I proposed using, the funding source has to be considered closely as we do this, so we do keep it available for options in the future. But I do think that there is no more land being made in Millis. A lot of it's being snapped up and used already, and this is a good-sized parcel that I'd like to see used by the town for some use at a future date. I'm not saying we have to have an answer today, though I do accept and welcome the suggestions that Mr. Fox put forward to have his people work with us on possible design ideas.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. McCaffrey.
Yes, Mr. Clarko.
I would like to speak against purchasing the land for a couple of reasons. I moved here in 1984, and the population at that time was roughly 8,300 people. It wasn't until, I think, 2015 that the population exceeded 8,300 people. And in the last 5 years, since that period of time, we've only had really minimal growth. And the percentage of population that's over 60 years old has grown from 18% to almost 25%. I've heard over the 30 plus years that I've lived here, the interest in maintaining open space was really code for discouraging development and not having to develop the infrastructure to support growth. Growth in the community is good, and I think if it is planned, it is very healthy for a community, and I don't see why we would let a project or an expense like this jump to the head of the line for in relation to all of the other expenditures and the needs of the town. We heard earlier this evening that the Capital Planning Committee had their list of imminent and less imminent projects. Maintaining open space wasn't on any of those lists. I think unless there is some specific strategic use for the land, that the work that the Capital Planning Committee did or does should dictate how we spend our money. And I would, for those reasons, ask the Select Board not to support purchasing the land.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak tonight?
Mr. Chairman, if I might, Kathy McInnes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kathy McInnes, 78 Island Road. Unfortunately, the Capital Planning Committee would not have an opportunity to place a 61B in their to-do list because the town does not know when this property comes up. And like Mr. Schultz said, it's very infrequent. And so the fact that this is not on the Capital Planning's radar does not mean that it should not be considered by the town. Also, Mr. Clarko moved to Millis, and I don't know, Mr. Chair, you might be the only one that was in Millis in 1984 when the town did purchase Oak Grove Farm. And it was for $900,000, which, if you can imagine in your 1984 dollars how much money that was, but the town saw that it was a need. And all these years later, it's being used, it's being expanded on by volunteers, and it's a great asset to the town. And then about 20 years ago, the town purchased Cassidy Field and Verderber Farm, and they've sat vacant for all these years. But last year, it became a Cassidy's Farm that it could be used for a senior center. So, like Mr. Schultz said, this property is put in the back pocket of the town and its stewardship to be used at a time when many years later we might see a use for it. And lastly, the money that will be gained from the taxes on this property will disappear within a few years, $450,000. That could be spent on ambulance that the chief is going to require because he has enough now for the 100 homes, Mr. Chairman, at Glen Ellen, but who's taken into consideration the 200 plus homes that he's going to have to service. You can never have enough open space, and it would be considered really in the best interest of the town if you'd consider purchasing it. And I'd like to ask also, Mr. Chairman, if the Board of Selectmen, Select Board's deliberations are going to be made in public or in the screen of executive session. Thank you.
I'll respond to any policy conversations that occur will be done in public session because it's required. Any conversation in executive session is only about negotiating price. Anyone else?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else have a comment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
This is Loring Barnes. I'm calling as a resident to respectfully caution against adding this to an already very tough fiscal position for the town. We all know, and it's public record, that Millis has the dubious distinction of being in the top 10% for property tax costs. We've had a glimpse into the future today that has been, in some respect, aided by some able grant work by Jim McKay and the team that secured money to offset what looks like it's going to be a fast-moving, expensive train with PFAS. The CPC can only handle so many projects at a time, and we're looking at securing a once-in-a-lifetime landmark, the namesake building of our town, and we are looking down into the future at a variety of potential school infrastructure expenses and other expenses that were enumerated on the Capital Planning Committee forecast. And what I do know is that we've seen some very thoughtful fields proposals come through the government and community decision pipeline in years past, and they've always landed at the same place, which is there's no funding for it. And no matter how we try and cobble together the dollars, they simply aren't there. So absent a very lucrative benefactor, I can't see how adding more open space when we're not able to pave our roads and to maintain some of the available public town spaces that we already have. I can't see the benefit of this as opposed to the other items that seem to have more priority. So I would urge against. Thank you.
Chairman McCaffrey, you're muted.
That's what I was going to ask the prior speaker about the more wine sign.
I guess I ought to do better cropping. I guess after tonight, when you guys are running so late, maybe that would have been a good idea. Thank you. Sorry. Nice attention to detail. Please take note of the cute dog, though.
Ms. Underhill, sorry. Is it just that I'm muted?
Yes, we didn't hear a thing that you said.
Which was probably good. Anyone else who'd like to speak this evening? Okay, well, thank you very much for all who have weighed in. It's critical that we continue to consider these issues. And I guess speaking for myself, it's an area that, you know, from my perspective, I need to do some more thinking about, because it is not an easy call at this stage of the game. But again, it'll play out in public, and it will be decided in an open and fair way as much as we can possibly do it. We may well decide it again, I think, and I'm just throwing this out as an idea for my colleagues, whatever the recommendation is for town meeting in terms of including it in the warrant, I think it's incumbent upon this board to hold another open forum to educate people completely, so that we can, in fact, make sure that everyone's voice is heard and that the actual proposal is actually put forward. Because what we've talked about is the purchase. Potentially, we need to also, and I know we've considered it, but we need to have a specific plan for how we would pay for it, if in fact that's what we want to do. So we've been given some options. We would have to, not only, if we're going to present this to the town, we have to know what the purchase is going to be, how much we're paying for it in terms of principal and interest, and what the cost will be on an annual basis. So there's more to this story as we play it out over the next few weeks. All right, moving on to the next item on our agenda, which is, now we're going to talk about town meeting. Thank you all for a very good conversation about a number of really critical issues. We got to home in now a little bit on exactly what the town meeting warrant's going to look like, what we're going to be presenting to the town, and then let's have that conversation. So, Mr. Gazinski, I think what you're going to want us to do is make a motion to open the meeting, open the warrant, and you'll go through the items with us.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman, and this is still a draft, but I'll be talking about some of my recommendations for making a few adjustments to the warrant as we go through. And you'll see in the instead of just an article list, we actually have a first draft of a warrant. It still has some gaps in it that need to be filled in, but at least we have a draft, a working draft for the board to discuss.
Okay.
So I'm not going to dwell.
Would it be possible, I'll just ask if we could we display the warrant as we go through it? Can we throw that up on the screen?
Let me see if I can get it. Hold on. I don't know.
Okay.
Do you want me to try to share my screen?
Yeah, I was going to do something else, but
hold on, let's see.
I could volunteer to share my screen.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, who's that? That's not me, is it? No.
That's me. That's me, right, Pete?
Thank you. Thanks,
Pete.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you to the members of the board. All right, Mr. Kaczynski. Could we make it a little bigger, perhaps? Could you?
So,
that's fine.
While we work out the display, Mr. Chairman, I will just talk about the different articles. So, if we could move forward to the actual text of the warrant, I will try to be brief on the articles that we're still developing some of the language and numbers for. But Article 1, again, is the unpaid bills from prior years. So we're still working on putting together the actual bill list, but we should be able to update that within the next week or so. So that's Article 1, and that's a pretty standard article in our spring annual town meeting warrant. Article 2, that is for transfers within the current fiscal year budget. So we do any right sizing at the end of the year by transferring from budgets that may have some funds left and other budgets that are running a little tight. So that is the purpose of Article 2. Again, a standard article. That article is pretty much completed, but the motion, which will display all the actual transfers, will be coming along again over the next couple of weeks. Article 3, that is our annual budget for FY22, and we'll talk about the budget process a little bit later in the meeting. But that's the completed article. Again, the motion will be worked on over the next month for the motion for the town meeting. Article 4, we're at the point where our two of our municipal unions, their contracts expire on June 30th. So usually what we do at the annual town meeting when we're still under negotiations is we put aside a sum of money to be able to cover negotiated costs. So that, again, that we will be putting an estimated amount of funds in a motion for approval at the town meeting. Articles 5, 6, and 7 are stormwater enterprise funds. Those are standard every year. Article 8 is our consent article, which contains the updates to the town's personnel plan, gives special authorization to the Board of Health to appoint its members to other town positions. It authorizes the revolving funds. Again, a standard article every year. As far as we know at this point, we anticipate the same expenditure limit on all those revolving funds for the upcoming fiscal year as we have in the current fiscal year. We also have the Community Preservation Fund approvals are within this article. So they're appropriations and reserves for the coming fiscal year. Articles 9 and 10 are
community preservation projects for approval. Article 9 is funding for the preservation and rehabilitation of the Henry F. Walling map, Phase 2. And Article 10 is for the Millis High School dugout project.
Okay, we're going to probably have another article there.
Okay. Which would be an added article?
Well, for the Lansing Millis building.
Oh, yes, yes.
Assuming that the CPC is amenable, then that's where it would come.
Right.
If the funding comes from a different source, then of course it can go anywhere, but
right.
This would be one of the CPC enabling articles, and I'm jumping ahead, but it's just a, hold in reserve an article here. And I think it goes.
I can certainly put a placeholder there for your next meeting, and then discuss that as part of the results of the meeting later this week. The Community Preservation Commission. So the next article is for an independent audit. Again, that's an annual article. Article 12 is for personal property interim year inspections for FY22. It's $15,600 for that. Article 13 is the recertification process, and we're still getting a final cost for that. Again, that should be updated by next week. I'll be working with the finance director on that. Article 14 is the capital items. I want to talk a little bit about capital. As you see, in a prior version of the list of articles, there were a few items that are generally within the capital article that we had listed separately, so I'd be recommending that at least the board consider rolling those in within the capital article. We're still, the board was updated this evening from the chair of the capital planning committee, but some of the capital articles that were listed separately, I'd be recommending we roll within the capital article. That's for the previously approved bus lease, years 4 of 5, previously approved computer lease, years 2 of 3, the PFAS treatment design, which was discussed earlier this evening. This would be phase B of that. Again, phase A is funded through a DEP grant. And then the update of the emergency response plan. Again, those are enterprise fund items, but again, generally items that don't require borrowing are placed and recommended by the capital committee or within the capital items list, the general article. Items 15 and 16, I think, will probably require some discussion as to whether or not those items would be within DPW budget line item or maintained as separate articles. So that's something the board can certainly discuss at your meeting next Monday. But for now, we're leaving them in there until the board makes that determination on where you'd like those items placed. The next article is the new computer lease, year 1. Because even though that's under the capital, it is considered a borrowing because it's a lease. Therefore, requires a 2/3 vote, and it's kept separate per the recommendation of town council. The next article falls under the same category: design, construction of drainage rehab at Village Street and Birch Street. Again, that item is over $700,000 and would require a borrowing to move forward. Since the stormwater account does not have sufficient reserve funds to fund that outright. The next item on the draft warrant is the 61A purchase, the Braun property, which was just discussed. The next item is a proposed street acceptance for the Hickory Hills subdivision.
we have been contacted by Mr. American, who indicated they will not have all their paperwork ready in time to be on the town meeting in the spring. So I am recommending that the board act to remove that article from the list. And then we have the next articles are next 4 articles are zoning bylaw amendments. A couple have been discussed this evening. Performance-based solar ordinance, and then we have the parking dimensions, compact car parking, and then the cannabis delivery, which was discussed again early this evening. The next item is an addition of the town general bylaws, which is a waiver of town building project permit fees. We're working with town council on the language for that currently, so that'll be on an upcoming version. And then we have the town bylaw amendment. There had been discussion about a sewer bylaw, and I know the board had received a letter from the Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee in regards to this matter, and advised to a possible moratorium. So that's in your packet. So to the extent that may be attached to that one, I just note that. But I don't have any new. Other than that, I don't have any new information in regards to that item. Then we have the authorized the sale of town land, Acorn Street, which was a request from an individual for the town to consider that. So the board has that on their executive session to discuss the value and other sale aspects of that property for your executive session. Then we have the pilot agreement. Again, the draft language for that is still being finalized. That has to do with the Clyde Brown roof and the solar project that the school administration, along with Mr. Weiss, our energy manager, has been working on. Expect to have some language on that shortly. The last 4 articles are standard articles, which we have on every spring annual town meeting: the Medicare, Medicaid reimbursement services, unemployed insurance fund, OPEB fund, and stabilization fund. So that is a quick summary of all the items that are on the warrant. I'd be happy to answer any questions, or if anyone thinks that there's an item missing or anything needs to be added. Certainly like to hear from the board in regards to that.
Okay, I mean, I think that from my point of view, based upon your review, we should remove Article 20, which is the Hickory Hills subdivision, and we should remove Article 26, sewer bylaw amendment. We have a memo from the Enterprise Funds Advisory Committee advising us to that they would recommend that we give further study to this bylaw and instead consider a sewer moratorium. The sewer moratorium is something I believe that the select board, as the sewer commissioners, have the responsibility and authority to do so by vote rather than by town meeting vote.
I believe that's correct, yes.
The Enterprise Committee has recommended that we, if I read the memo correctly, that we consider the moratorium, but that we defer the sewer bylaw, the more comprehensive sewer bylaw recommendation. Mr. Germain is the representative, our representative on that committee. If you'd like to speak to that, that would be helpful.
Sure. Right now, of course, we're running at or near capacity, actually 102%, 105% over capacity on the sewer. The committee voted to recommend a moratorium. In essence, my feeling is we have a self-imposed moratorium. There's a bigger issue as to how we want to proceed with this in the future. So they discussed it from a number of perspectives, mostly from the concern that we haven't formulated a good mechanism for going forward at this point. There was a general consensus that they don't want to be penalizing people who haven't hooked up at this point. On the other hand, the people who haven't hooked up are in fact penalizing those who have, because they're paying the price for those who have not hooked up. Anyone who hasn't hooked up, of course, is essentially charging a certain amount of sewage costs to all the other ratepayers who have hooked up. So it's a complicated issue. And at this stage, it wasn't one that the committee felt they could come and get a good handle on with discussion with the community prior to the Maytown meeting. Probably by November, they felt they could get to grips with that. The idea of the moratorium was, in essence, to give a year of breathing room. I purposely abstained. First of all, I think it's a vote for this committee to make. It's a recommendation from the Enterprise Funds Committee. The second part is that I feel that with a moratorium in place, with the situation in place as it is, where we really can't do much at this stage because of our situation, we as the board, as the commissioners, really need to make some decisions on this and decide how we're going to proceed. And I want that to be where my vote is, based on the discussion, at least with the three of us, as to how we choose to proceed. So that's where it stands. But I thought they did a commendable job in coming up with the solution they put forward.
Just responding to that, with respect to this warrant article, this item on our agenda, which is the consideration of the warrant, I see the moratorium recommendation as a separate issue because it's not really involved in the warrant. And it's something that we can schedule conversation about at another meeting where the public is made aware of it, and we can give the opportunity to review the recommendation. But tonight, my feeling is that the recommendation from the committee is one I'm willing to accept in terms of deferring the permanent solution to a later date and to remove this Article 26 from the warrant.
I would concur with that. That's different than a moratorium. And that's all I'm saying, is that I think the discussion around a moratorium is yet a different issue, but removing it from the warrant for a variety of reasons, I think makes sense at this time.
Yeah, well, I agree with what you just said. I mean, it's still up to this board to determine whether or not there's some interim action to be taken. But I read the recommendation that and I don't feel in this, I feel that the Enterprise Committee, its report to us is that it's considered a number of options, all of which I think are legitimate. And I think work needs to be done hopefully by November to come up with a permanent solution. So I would recommend that we take Article 26 out and consider the moratorium item as a separate item in another meeting.
Yeah, I concur.
Is that reasonable?
I concur.
Okay, well, we'll do that. So I would then, at this point, make a motion that I guess now's the time to open it, right, Mike? Did we already open it? I can't remember.
No, we haven't opened it.
All right, so I make a motion that we open the town meeting warrant for the Maytown meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried. So I make a further motion that we direct the town administrator to add a warrant article under the community preservation articles. Let's see, I guess it would be 10. Yeah.
9, I thought I said.
Yeah. Well, it's 9 and 10, so 9 and 11.
Yeah.
For the Lansing Memorial Building. This is a temporary, depending, the outcome of the meeting with the CPC. And to delete Articles 20 with respect to Hickory Hills and 26 with respect to sewer bylaw.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just a quick question. I had proposed rolling those 4 items of a capital nature, assuming the capital committee supports those, is recommending them to be rolled within the Article 14 as I originally presented. Is that acceptable to the board?
And I move that we do that too.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded to reorganize it the way. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried. Thank you. And we're getting there. So now I'll take a motion to close the warrant.
I move that we close the warrant.
Before I second, may I ask a quick question on the capital planning? Do we want to add any?
I would just as a that was seconded.
No, I haven't seconded.
You didn't second it.
I seconded it. I second the motion.
Oh, well.
Is there discussion? Mr. Germain?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. I didn't hear the second. I'm just concerned that with the capital planning items as they are laid out at the moment versus the new ones we heard about this evening, do we want to add some here and then leave them open for discussion at our next meeting and we can decide which ones we want to leave on here? That's number one. Number two, is it wise to have some additional capital items so that if something does fall off at the last moment or change, at least it gives us and the FinCom a chance to make some other recommendations? Okay.
Well, personally, I oppose that. We're making the recommendations, and by process of elimination, we're saying the number 5 does not meet the priority requirements. So, I mean, yes, I believe we should. And if one of them doesn't pass, well, then fine. Then the money's not appropriated, and we move on. That's my view. My view is I don't want to go in with a menu. I want to go in with a recommendation.
I understand. I'm just offering because I think it's important to have options that we make recommendations, but we have to listen to others making theirs, and ultimately we make the final one I propose, but I'm just offering that we give a couple of extra options in there for discussion. But that's my view.
I don't think I understand. I'm sorry.
Years ago, the FinCom, excuse me, I apologize, had an opportunity to review a number of items, even though they knew that they couldn't all be voted on the warrant. So they'd recommend dismissal on a number. Granted, I happen to agree to a large extent with what our chairman is saying, that the ultimate responsibility comes to the select board. I'm just offering that even with that, I don't think it's unreasonable to have 1 or 2 extras that say, at least those to be considered. And if something falls off, then they're available for alternate funding. And that's happened in the past. You can't put them on at the last moment if they weren't there. That's the difference.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up question to that. So is that where, so if you have, if one of these so-called extra items, if you will, if it's on the warrant, and the recommendation is that it be dismissed because we're assuming other things are decided upon, are you saying that during town meeting they would change the recommendation depending on what happens with an article prior.
May I comment?
Yes.
That's not the way I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it, we've had a couple of situations where just prior to town meeting, we either had lack of funds, so we couldn't fund item number 2 or 3 or something, or we had an opportunity to fund yet an additional item. But if you don't have additional items in there, even though they're technically going to be recommended for dismissal, they can't be dealt with as an option at town meeting. All I'm suggesting is, yes, they're there. We know they're probably going to be dismissed, but if something comes up, it gives an alternate. It's not perfect, but it also gives some options. That's all I'm looking at.
And Chairman McCaffrey.
Yes.
I assume we're going to be opening and closing yet again next week?
That is correct. But we're reaching the time where there's no more opening and closing. We're going to have to decide. I mean, really, next time, I mean, we're scheduled to meet 2 weeks after, next week and then 2 weeks. It'll be too late 2 weeks after. I mean, it's going to have to be, or we'll have to have another meeting.
It would have to be Monday unless we have something else on deck.
Unless we have another meeting before. I mean, drop dead date is what, April 10th or something, really?
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
April 12th is your next meeting after the 29th, and that as scheduled, and that would be a little tight.
That would be too late. Let's just say it out. It's too late.
Yeah.
Because it's not just what we can get through, but what we have we do have to provide this information to the finance committee so that they have a chance to look at it too.
Right. They want more than 2 days to review the information.
I just feel like that, Pete's suggestion could certainly have merit. I probably just want the opportunity to discuss it a little bit more specifically on which ones or what items, we would do that with, which I'm guessing is more appropriate next week, but correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's fine. We can do that. I mean, I think we can have further discussion, and I just don't agree with that approach. I think we should recommend what we think we should do and go from there. And I really, but that's clearly something for this board to decide, not one member of the board. So let's just say we have, for purposes of tonight, we have these items listed. It's still a preliminary, right? I mean, it's not final because we don't have how much money we've got yet.
Right.
That's part of the dilemma. And, hopefully we'll have that soon, so we'll be able to do that. I'm thinking we may need a meeting after. We may need to meet the first Monday of April too, but we'll see.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion was made to close the warrant based upon the changes, or was it made to make the changes and close the warrant, I think?
Yes.
That was the motion. So I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Jermaine?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
That motion is carried. So that's what we have at this point. And I'm assuming, Mr. Gazinski, that we do, how do we communicate that to the FinCom so they know where we stand? Or
I will be doing that, Mr. Chairman. I will be updating the draft warrant. I will send it out to the board, and then I will also send it out to the Finance Committee.
Okay.
So I'll be doing that tomorrow.
Let's talk about town meeting date and time, date and place.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a brief overview, I did put a bulletin that we received from the Department of Revenue. The legislature just approved new legislation, which the governor has signed, which provides for some flexibility. And again, this was done literally within the last week. Provides some flexibility to the select board of the town to both provide for early in-person voting for any election to be held on or before June 30th, 2021, and the authority to postpone a municipal election currently scheduled to be held before June 30th, 2021 to a date as late as August 1st, 2021. So I just want to make the board aware of that. I know that some of that discussion you've had recently. And I also wanted to make the board aware that we did hold a planning meeting with the same group that convened to prepare for the fall town meeting, which was held outside at the junior senior high school parking lot outside the gymnasium. This group again met last week, and after much discussion recommended that the board consider an outdoor spring annual town meeting for Saturday, May 1st at noontime, again to be held at the same location it was held back in November, with a rain date of May 2nd at noontime, and then a rain date after that, should the weekend be a washout, to the following Saturday and or Sunday. Again, I think that once the date is set, the planning group and I will be able to, put into motion all the rest of the planning for that event. We realize that certainly an expectation there will be more citizen participation at the upcoming town meeting this spring than there was in November. So we're taking that into consideration as far as the layout of the chairs and available seating. And again, so it's before you tonight to discuss and perhaps decide on the date and location of the annual town meeting this spring.
Okay, so when the group met to plan, we were under the assumption that the election date could not be moved. Now we can move it. That doesn't mean we should. But the first item that the group agreed upon to make a recommendation to this board was that we hold the meeting, a daytime meeting on Saturday with these alternative dates. And the date, May 1st, was recommended because it gave us some flexibility if we had inclement weather. Because what we're trying to do is schedule the sequence of town meeting first, election second, as was reflected in the most recent change of the charter when we made that sequential amendment last fall.
And that's correct.
So,
you get the information from the state about 3 days after our planning meeting. So
we also were operating under the supposition that moving the town meeting from May 3rd to May 1st was not going to put any undue burden on folks getting ready for town meeting. It's lost a couple of days, but not really much. So throwing it open to the board, whether you'd be willing to accept the May 1 recommendation. And I don't know if there's any interest at all in moving the election day. I'm not sure what the rationale would be, but it was a whole different world a year ago. That's for sure.
Karen, yeah, thank you. I guess what I would say to, I don't know. I guess I'd probably, I'd maybe even consider some extra guidance from the Board of Health, unless that already happened within that planning meeting. But I would think having town meeting outside like we did before, I think it went well, and I think it was low risk. Because again, you're outside, so I wouldn't have an issue with keeping with that plan as proposed. It might, I don't know if it's advisable from the Board of Health, but moving the election could be possible in terms of that being something that's more inside and could give more people the opportunity to be vaccinated prior to having to do that. But I'm not married to the idea. I just thought it was interesting that we had the option. So.
Well, let me just make a comment on the Board of Health. Board of Health and the Public Health Director are both part of the task force here that's considering all the options. So I think based upon a layout similar to what we had in November, the Board of Health was comfortable with that, at least based on the current environment. Now, of course, the latest moving into phase 4 actually, I know town meeting is not subject to those phases, but phase 4 says up to 150 in an outside venue. That doesn't mean we don't socially distance everybody, but so I think the Board of Health was fine with the outs. I think they're supportive of the outside. We didn't ask them, I don't think, do you want to go inside? We didn't even talk about that, really, because people are still under the view that an outdoor meeting is probably preferable. And town council was involved, and he mentioned to us that Norfolk's already scheduling theirs for an outdoor meeting, so this is going to be something we'll see other towns do. But we're trying to make sure we had enough flexibility so that if we had a inclement weather, or we ended up with a 2-night or 2-day town meeting, because we got a big long agenda here, that we'd have the ability to do that without encroaching on the election day. Now we can move election day if we want. I mean,
if I may ask, excuse me, to those who were involved in the planning meeting, was there discussion about potentially putting a limit on the meeting and convening the next day?
Did not get into that much detail. I think, I believe that'll just depend on both how long the discussion goes and the human wariness factor. And you know, I think the feeling was it might be a longer meeting, but it probably most likely doable in one afternoon. And again, you know, there was some discussion about, you know, originally about pushing the meeting out later into May. I mean, obviously, the later you go into May, the better the weather will be, most likely. But at the time, we weren't aware that we had the option of moving the election. So that is all on the table now, as far as the election and the town meeting. But I think the general consensus was, no matter what, the town meeting needs to be held prior to the town election, no matter how it's done. But and you'd probably want some wiggle room in between to have that extra week in case the weather doesn't cooperate. So whenever those are set.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Germain.
I have no problem with moving it to the 1st. I know that an extra 2 days doesn't seem like, or a loss of 2 days doesn't seem like much, but I don't know what that does to the FinCom schedule, whether they'll go apoplectic or not.
They're aware of that.
Okay.
They're aware of that, and Andrea's already checked their calendar, and it does not affect their deadline calendar, the 2 days. Certainly, we couldn't do it any earlier than the 1st, but it is doable.
How about under this procedure?
Well, the election would still be the 10th, May 10th.
Okay, so
that's the current bylaw. That's the current election date. And again, the legislature just last week authorized flexibility in that.
Right, but that's why I was wondering if you were planning to try to move it up. But on the other hand, if you move it up, and we have a rain date, it's a problem. So
right, I think the thought was you'd want a week flexibility, so you had an extra weekend in case you had a washout.
Yeah, that's fine. So we're looking at Monday the 10th would be the election day, and Saturday the 1st, at least at this point, would be the town meeting, or at least that's the plan. I have no problem with either one. This is the first I've heard of it, to be very frank. I did read about the flexibility in some memo that came across today, but that was it. Well, as far as I'm concerned, if you want, we can make a motion on that. It's up to the chair.
Actually, I think that if we are comfortable with the outcome, the town clerk's office would be mighty grateful if we were to make our decision tonight, so that they can, because they have to post warrants and they have to do work backs and things. Sure. So, I mean, I'm comfortable with this. The group that was meeting was comfortable with it. It seemed to make sense. We have a little more flexibility than we thought we had, but I don't. If we can get the town meeting in the week before, there seems to be no good policy reason for delaying the election, other than it's COVID. But so I would make a motion that the board approve the town meeting date for the spring town meeting to be May 1st at noon at the high school parking lot.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. I don't think we have to give them the alternative. The other dates are just, well, let's just say with May 2nd to be the rain date, just so we get all the ducks in a row.
Okay.
So that's been the motion. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Okay, that motion's carried unanimously. And then with respect to Election Day, assuming we're not moving it, I'm perfectly happy to make a motion to designate May 10th as the town election day.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried unanimously. Now, Mr. Kaczynski, the only thing in the DLS bulletin that was unclear to me is whether we needed to take any action with respect to early voting, which typically is not permitted, but now apparently there is something in there that allows early voting.
Yes, there is an item that does allow it. It's usually not allowed or not properly authorized for local elections, but it is for this. And to the best of my knowledge, any extra costs associated with that could certainly be charged to the CARES Act, since part of the process of early in-person voting is to spread out the people on voting day, so that you further reduce any chance of any transmission, although hopefully by then the chances will be very small, with all the precautions that will be taken. So I'm not sure if that requires formal board action, but I can certainly find that out and bring that back to the board on March 29th, the next meeting, and have a chance to discuss it with the town clerk and her office staff between now and then.
I think that would be a good idea, because I don't want to be authorizing this if they feel as though it can't execute it effectively. On the other hand, I don't want to deny it if they think it's the best way to go.
Right.
But it does take work and planning on their part, which they didn't anticipate, and we didn't anticipate until this legislation was adopted. So if you can check that with them, then we can do it. If we have to authorize it, then we can next week.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, the next item on our agenda, moving right along. The budget process update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, I know the finance director is still hanging on the line for this item, but I can say that the finance director has been pulling together a multitude of data in regards to our revenues and the budget packets, both the level service requests and above level service requests, and we are working through all the budget aspects. And I would expect that at your meeting next Monday, you will have a budget recommendation from me, at least one based on all the information we have, and based on revenue estimates as they currently stand. So by the end of this week, I should have a packet out to the board for your review and discussion on the 29th. And Carol, I don't know if you have anything else to add as far as background information or anything that the board would want to be aware of between now and next Monday.
No, just that we've been working, getting the, finalizing the revenue numbers and also getting the information up to date from the different departments.
Right, and I think just last week we received some of the last big pieces, the pension assessments and the health insurance and things like that. So we've just been finalizing those last big pieces because without those, it's really very difficult to calculate the available funding and what's available. So again, we'll have a full breakdown and itemization of where we are in the budget and the available funding.
Okay. Well, we'll eagerly await that.
Yes.
Of course. Because that's where the rubber meets the road.
Yes.
Okay. Legislative earmarks. Mr. Kaczynski.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So we've been contacted by Representative Linsky's office and Representative Dooley's office in regards to the town's budget priorities for FY22. This is the time of year usually where they look to try to provide additional assistance to the communities outside of the regular state aid process. They're requesting that the town submit, up to 3 items for funding as part of the budget, probably in an amount no more than $150,000 for the 3 items combined. So it's certainly something that I believe that they wanted to get some guidance on, certainly by early part of next week. But I wanted to talk to the board about it to see if you had any thoughts about what you might want to forward to them for consideration. Generally, historically, the town has considered, smaller capital items, one-time purchases for consideration. I know one of the recent ones I point out would be that one of the senior vans recently was paid for through a special earmark through the budget. So I didn't know if there was any feedback from the board tonight in regards to that item.
Well, just looking through the capital items, all of which, the beauty of the capital items, of course, is they've all been prioritized and they've already been thought through. So it's not like this is clearly well within our, our strategic view. And we've been successful with vehicles. I guess what I was looking at was, for example, the special ed vans.
Certainly, there's two. Right, there's two special ed vans that are on the list, as well as I believe another council on aging van. The vehicles tend to be more successful. I know we have the fire alarm system here in the building. I don't know if that'll be as exciting an item to take up, but they're certainly needed. So we do have some items that need to be addressed.
Well, I was looking at that also as another possibility, and maybe it's not exciting, but it's critical public safety. And oh, by the way, our building is not just for town employees, it's the recreation department, it's recreation programs, it's council on aging programs. So I think we could make quite a case that would be an earmark that would benefit many, many people in town. And certainly it's something that we could use, that's for sure. I don't know, I mean, we were successful with the vehicle, certainly, but I would be, I guess I would look at a vehicle or two and perhaps the fire alarm. I don't think you're going to get very far with an assessor's office.
No.
I mean, I suppose the skid steer vehicle for the cleaning up the snow and whatnot at school. Again, not clear to me that one is going to. What's compelling?
Why is the school doing that? Doesn't DPW do that?
No.
DPW does not clean?
Not around some of the school property, no. Well, if not, why not is your question.
Yes. That's...
Perhaps Mr. Germain doesn't think the skid steer is the #1 item.
Well, it's a combination.
Words in your mouth, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of things. Number one, not priority, but number two, if DPW is providing the services for the town to plow and do the basic cleanup, then shouldn't they be the ones who handle this type of equipment? The schools need it occasionally, okay, they can have it to borrow, but this is heavy equipment. Let DPW manage it. It's my view.
That would be a no. We're not going to get a grant for that one.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to just treat this as a flippant exercise because we want to be able to go to our legislators and look them right in the eye and say, yes, this would really help us for the following reasons. I personally think the fire alarm is a good one, to tell you the truth. I mean,
well, I think the COA van makes a lot of sense because with COVID, they've had to do a lot more travel, but with fewer people. We have obligations to the seniors who don't necessarily have mobility on their own. And COVID has put a stress on all of that. So the need for another van, the need to have multiple applications there, I just think the van makes sense.
May I propose then, based on the conversation, that we could put a list together that includes the fire alarm system, the COA van, and perhaps one SPED van? That would pretty much be around $150,000, I believe.
That seems reasonable to me. What do you think, Aaron?
Yeah, I like that. It encompasses 3 different categories, and it's within the amount. So, I mean, it doesn't hurt to throw all of that out, right?
No, you put it out there, and if you don't ask, you don't receive. This falls in the heck.
If we don't ask them, we're not going to get it. That we know.
That's for certain. Yes.
Let's see what sticks to the wall.
Okay.
All right. I will put a letter together for our state delegation on that.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is the sign for the Kung Fu folks.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this establishment is requesting a 2-foot by 4-foot informational sign, i.e. sandwich board, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. The sign will be stored inside at night in inclement weather. They're requesting the sign approval from April 1st of this year till December 31st, and to be located at 903 Main Street. So that is the request before you.
Okay. I think we have in the past, if I'm not mistaken, memory serves me, cut these off the 1st of November because we begin to get into snow removal and whatnot. Now we can always extend it, but I think in the past we have tried to avoid the winter season.
I would concur with that. I'll probably put in the caveat that if we get an early snowstorm, if we get snowstorms, we will request that they not put the sign out during those days.
Right, they did put in that in inclement weather, they would be pulling the sign in.
Okay.
The thing about snow is that there's snow removal, and if they are, you know, we don't want that to be affecting our ability to clean sidewalks and whatnot.
Right.
So, well, I would make a motion that we grant their request, subject to bringing it in for inclement weather, and the date will be from 4/1/21 to 11/1/21.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried. Last time we had for open session was the draft minutes. People had a chance to look at the minutes for the 2/22/21 meeting. Any recommended changes?
I read through them and forgot.
I read through them and remembered every word.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not even going to bother. I know I read through it, and there were one or two comments, nothing severe, so I'm just going to leave it.
Well, would you make a motion then?
I'll move we adopt the draft minutes of 3/9/21 as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the minutes for actually 2/22/21.
Excuse me. Yes.
As amended. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried unanimously. All right. The next item, this board will go into executive session to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate, the 61A parcel on Village Street and the parcel on Acorn Street, and to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with union and non-union personnel, the SEIU contract, and the finance director's contract. I will poll the board to go in executive session, and upon concluding that meeting, we will emerge from executive session and adjourn the public meeting. So I'll poll the board for going into executive session. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried unanimously. So we will see you in executive session, and thanks to all who participated this evening. We appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.